everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Frieren, infinite cheats across anime worlds. Synopsis. Infinite wealth, enough fortune to buy countless worlds. Infinite life, eternal youth, immortality, and a body that will never weaken. Infinite talent, learn anything instantly and reach godlike mastery in no time. Infinite strength. After transmigrating into the world of Frieren, beyond Journey's End, Ronan finds himself facing an impossible choice. Choose one cheat, or take them all. Standing beside a young Frieren while the Demon King's army looms on the horizon, Ronan smiles. If destiny wants a hero, then he'll become something far beyond one. A relaxing slice-of-life adventure with multiple heroines, overwhelming cheats, magic research, and journeys across multiple anime worlds. Chapter 1-32, Chapter 1, Young Frieren. Translator's note. Greetings, esteemed readers. If any of you spot a name, term, or title in this translation that deviates from the official Frieren canon, please do not hesitate to point it out. You can simply leave a comment directly on the specific paragraph where the mistake appears. Rest assured, this translator will review it and make the necessary corrections right away. Thank you all so much for your keen eyes and continued support. Northern Continent. NYM Forest. Ronan walked aimlessly, dressed in simple clothing, a long sword slung across his back. Beneath his feet was soft soil, the fragrance of dew mingling with the pleasant scenery around him, refreshing to the heart and mind. Yet he noticed none of it, his mood heavy with melancholy. Clink. A gold coin bounced and fell, caught in his palm. 5 days. A full 5 days, and I still haven't come across a single town. Crunch. The gold coin crumbled into powder. He merely glanced at it briefly, then tossed it aside without a second thought. He walked over to a tree and sat down beside it. Recalling everything that had happened, he couldn't help but sigh with despondency. If there's no town, what's the point of my infinite wealth? Damn it. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Is it uninhabited? Where the hell did I even transmigrate to? 5 days ago, Ronan had just been an ordinary corporate wage slave. His days were packed with work, forcing him to stay late constantly. That night, he'd come home hoping to slack off for a bit, opened his game, fired up Feng Ling Yu Ying, and then... Translator note. Feng Ling Yu Ying is the alias of Fling, the world's most popular creator of PC game trainers and cheats strictly for single-player games. Gamers often jokingly call him the Feng Ling Yu Ying sect because his trainers allow players to become invincible with features like infinite health or unlimited money. He dropped dead. Perhaps his emotions had simply been too worked up. It was sudden, yet somehow made sense. He'd figured his next life might be better, and as it turned out, he didn't get a next life at all. Because he'd transmigrated, bringing all of his cheats with him. He'd assumed a cheat-powered life needed no explanation, but he hadn't expected there wouldn't be a single soul around. Thankfully, he'd activated HP lock and infinite stamina, so even going without food for hundreds of years would pose no problem whatsoever. Otherwise, in an environment like this primordial forest, he would have starved to death long ago. As for speed hack and teleport, it wasn't that he hadn't considered them, but Ronan had overlooked one crucial issue. Reality wasn't a game. It wasn't a world made of preloaded data. Everything, everywhere, was constantly changing. A two-dimensional construct placed into a three-dimensional world was fundamentally different in certain ways, like the modification of various parameters. Under normal circumstances, Feng Ling Yu Ying could modify an enemy's stats. However, that modification relied on the premise that the game's developers had already set numerical values for the enemy in the first place. If an enemy had no stats to begin with, how exactly was he supposed to modify anything? Furthermore, he was a single person, acting from a first-person perspective, not the common third-party viewpoint, the so-called God's Eye view. Therefore, without a wide field of vision, the moment he used speed hack, if his thinking couldn't keep up with his movements, the most likely outcome was crashing headfirst into a tree. Sure, it didn't cost him any HP. But his clothes. That was a sensation he had no desire to experience a second time after the first. So he quickly gave up on trying to be the Flash and switched to a slower, double-speed pace instead. 5 days. And he still hadn't managed to walk out of a single forest. Rustle, rustle. The tree shade swayed, sunlight glaring down. Ronan leaned against the trunk and let out a long sigh. He crushed a few more gold coins, his mood lightening somewhat as he vented his frustration through sheer force. In truth, he could have simply used flight to leave this place, could even have flown clear off the planet. But the thought of finally making it to another world, only to not spend some leisurely time here, felt like far too much of a waste. Back in his old life, he'd never gotten a vacation this good. The air here was fresher than anywhere in the countryside. Just as he was thinking this, rustle tilde. The bushes not far off shook slightly, leaves rustling. Whether from the wind or something else, he couldn't tell. Ronan's usual languid demeanor shifted, his gaze turning toward that spot with a hint of wariness. Though there were no people in this forest, there were plenty of animals. He'd already come across saber-toothed tigers and griffins along the way. That was precisely why he'd concluded this place was another world. Not coming out. He stared at the spot for a good while, but no one emerged from behind the bushes. Ronan slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes, and picked up the long sword beside him, gripping it lightly. Even though HP lock meant he feared no attack, appearances still mattered. This sword was something he'd picked up in a cave he passed by. Good quality, finely crafted, though for some reason it had been stuck into the ground. He approached the bushes. Ronan paused mid-step, suddenly remembering something. He activated X-ray vision and looked toward the spot. The area once concealed by the bushes became clearly visible. There was a little girl there. No, a pointy-eared little girl, crouched down. She was holding a basket. Pointy ears. An elf. Ronan's brow furrowed slightly. That was the first thought that came to mind, given his impressions from his past life. In the anime and novels of his previous life, pointy ears were almost always tied to elves. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a goblin, though where would you find such a pretty goblin? He stood in place, pondering for a moment. Even though the other party wasn't human, he slowly made his way forward anyway. And then, as it turned out, he'd been right. An elf got lost while out gathering herbs, having wandered too deep into the forest. And socially awkward on top of that. Well, that makes sense. Long-lived races are usually few in number, so with no one to talk to, it's natural she'd be poor with words. Or maybe she's afraid of humans. Ronan stroked his chin, his gaze carrying a hint of understanding as he studied the elf girl before him. She was short in stature, roughly 1.50 m or so, her fair skin tinged faintly pink, like a doll carved from delicate jade. On the surface she looked to be about 12 or 13, but given that elves generally lived very long lives, she might well be far older than he was. As for how Ronan could understand the elvish language, that had nothing to do with his cheats, it had to do with the body he currently inhabited. Though his appearance remained his own, something had changed in certain respects. Perhaps Elvish was even the common tongue of this continent. The girl noticed Ronan's gaze but, being shy around strangers, didn't dare look up. Her heart was in great turmoil, because the elders in her village had told her that young elves like herself were best off not having too much contact with humans. Especially male humans. She didn't know the exact reason, but she'd always strictly upheld that rule. She never expected that today, having gotten lost, she would end up breaking it. Seeing the girl's hesitant manner, Ronan, assuming she was worried about her own fate, snapped out of his contemplation. He had no idea what was actually going through the elf girl's mind. Simply speaking as a passerby, he said casually, "I think I've got the gist of things. You want my help getting home, right? Unfortunately, I'm new here myself and don't know the area very well. But, well, never mind. Do you know which direction your home is? Or roughly where it might be? Let's give it a try. I've already spent more than enough time in this place. Finally found someone. Well, maybe not a human. Elf, whatever, doesn't matter. What's your name?" Hearing the question, the girl slowly raised her head. Her white hair drifted in the wind. She pressed her lips together, and seeing that Ronan seemed to bear no ill intent, hesitated for a moment before finally, slowly, speaking a few words. Frieren. Her voice was flat, cold and distant, devoid of any emotion, like the stream running through this forest, quietly flowing on. After a brief pause, as though she'd grown somewhat accustomed to the situation, she studied Ronan carefully and asked in return. Human, what's your name? Chapter 2, Wait, I'm the hero? 1,457 words. Ronan told her his name. Although he felt the name Frieren sounded somewhat familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before, he didn't dwell on it. Because whether he'd heard it or not, today was still their first meeting, and knowing her name beforehand wasn't going to make her like him anymore. So, after their brief exchange came to an end, Frieren's guard gradually began to lower. She stood in place, thinking for a moment, then extended a pale finger and pointed in a direction with a hint of hesitation. It should be over there, our village. Seeing this, Ronan nodded lightly. He knew this was a judgment the girl had made purely on instinct, one that might not be entirely accurate, but he didn't care whether it was accurate or not. Worst case, he'd use flight, he'd find Frieren's home one way or another. As for right now, never mind. He didn't understand this world's power hierarchy yet, and he didn't want to frighten a child. After searching for a while, a small village faintly came into view up ahead. Perhaps due to the terrain and the era, seen from a distance, it looked like something straight out of the Middle Ages. The woods, the stream, the barking of dogs, it all gave Ronan a rustic, unadorned feeling. Before they'd gotten close. Because they were moving too fast, and worried she might fall behind, Frieren, who Ronan was carrying on his back, suddenly raised a finger and spoke. It's just ahead. Seems like we're pretty lucky. Ronan, who had been flying along, slowed his pace. Frieren continued, do you want to rest for a bit? Come to think of it, are you a warrior? I've seen some elven warriors before, but none of them seemed anywhere near as fast as you. Did you cast some kind of magic? Magic? Ronan's brow arched slightly. Before he could answer, Frieren suddenly remembered something and hurriedly added. Oh right, put me down in a bit. Our village isn't very welcoming toward humans. They won't chase you off on their own, but it'd be bad if it caused some kind of misunderstanding. The elves' sense of time differed somewhat from that of humans, so they tended to be quite slow to notice changes in the outside world. Many of them were still stuck in the mindset of 1,000 years ago, when elves were traded as commodities. It was during that very era that a genius unmatched through the ages was born among the elves. She'd walked, in a matter of decades, a path that would take others centuries or even millennia to complete, reaching the very peak of magical attainment in the world. With her presence anchoring them, the elf situation had improved somewhat. No one dared provoke them so carelessly anymore. But even so, unfortunate incidents still occurred from time to time. After all, no authority could watch over every corner of the world, and human greed could never truly be satisfied. Ronan nodded gently, understanding Frieren's concern. Once they neared the village, he set Frieren down. Frieren straightened out her clothes, then walked briskly toward the village. Ronan watched her go, waiting in place for a short while, until he saw her return with an elderly elf in tow. This elder had the bearing of an immortal sage. One look was enough to tell he was exceptionally wise, having lived for at least several thousand years. Upon seeing Ronan, he'd originally only intended to offer his thanks, since the village's situation hadn't been good lately, and food was in short supply. Even with Ronan having brought little Frieren back safely, given the state of the whole tribe, there was no way he could make the absurd decision to let him stay here. At most, he'd send him off with a few grimoires. But then the elder elf looked more closely, and his eyes fell on the long sword slung across Ronan's back. In that instant, his previously narrowed eyes went wide, and an expression of disbelief flickered across his face. This is... Then, walking up to stand before Ronan, he lowered his head slightly and spoke with reverence. I never imagined you would be the hero, my lord. Why would you be here, of all places? Could it be that you're searching for companions to defeat the Demon King? As he spoke, before Ronan could even react, the elder elf pulled Frieren over, gesturing for her to bow her head slightly so as not to appear discourteous. Frieren was startled as well. The hero? Him? What was going on? Though still young, Frieren had heard the legends of the hero before. It was said he existed for the sole purpose of defeating the Demon King, a terrifying being born 1,000 years ago, the sovereign of the demon race. The demon race was evil, bloodthirsty, and utterly without humanity, leaving ruin in their wake wherever they went. Everyone had the right to strike them down. The Demon King's notoriety, above all, was infamous. Over the past several centuries, no shortage of heroes and champions had challenged him, but without exception, every single one had failed. The reason for their failure was that none of them possessed the hero's sword. According to the storybooks, the hero's sword was the symbol of the true hero. Only a hero who wielded the hero's sword could defeat the Demon King. But unfortunately, for all this time, no one had ever managed to draw the hero's sword. This state of affairs had only made the demon race more rampant. Centuries ago, they had already assembled a great army and begun seizing human territory without restraint. By now, no small number of elven homelands had also suffered massacre, and many elves had been forced into displacement. Though Frieren dearly wished she could protect her own people, just like the protagonists in those storybooks. Unfortunately, she was still far too young, and did not yet possess sufficient strength. Until she grew up, she had only ever regarded the tales of the hero as legend. She never expected. Quietly studying Ronan, Frieren looked him over for a long while but couldn't find anything about this human that resembled a hero. At most, being human, his looks were no less striking than an elf's. As for everything else, there was nothing. Frieren couldn't make sense of it, and Ronan was even more bewildered. How had he inexplicably turned into the hero? Was this really one of those cliché worlds where anyone with the slightest bit of insight could pick the hero out of a crowd at a glance? Had he turned into some arrogant chosen one protagonist? That couldn't be right. Wait, thinking about it carefully, Fengling Yu Ying as a cheat was more powerful than some so-called golden finger. Becoming that kind of chosen one type wasn't impossible, but just as Ronan was pondering this, the elder elf seemed to notice the confusion on both their faces and got straight to the crucial point. "May I ask, my lord hero, where did you obtain the hero's sword on your back? Might I take a look at it?" Hearing the words hero's sword, realization dawned on Ronan. Part of him wanted to refuse, because he really wasn't any kind of hero who knew if this sword was even the real thing. But the man had put it so plainly. Letting out a soft sigh, Ronan removed the long sword from his back and handed it to the elder elf, saying helplessly, "I picked this sword up along the road. Really, I just found it. I know you might not quite believe that, but that's exactly what happened." "I believe you." The elder elf took the sword, speaking each word with solemn gravity. His eyes carefully studied the patterns etched into the blade. It seemed as though he were murmuring to himself, but in truth he couldn't help but marvel. The hero would never lie. Whatever the hero says must surely be true. It said that legendary swords possess spirits of their own, capable of choosing their masters. Such a thing is far from impossible. Clang. He gave the blade a light flick with his finger, his eyes, brimming with deep meaning, fixed unwaveringly on Ronan, his tone brooking no doubt. "I stake my 2,000 years and more of life experience on this. This sword is, without question, the true hero's sword." Well, with things having been said to this degree, even if he wasn't the hero, he was the hero now. The real problem was, he genuinely didn't want to be the hero at all. Now, who exactly was it that had left this hero's sword lying around? Oh right. It was me. Never mind, then. Chapter 3, I hate working. 1,298 words. They continued their brief conversation for a while longer, confirming that Ronan really was the true hero. Though it wasn't entirely clear why he felt such unusual resistance to being called the hero. Still, the elder elf warmly invited him into the elven village. As they walked, Ronan suddenly noticed Frieren's gaze, tinged with a hint of suspicion. Turning his head to look, he saw Frieren's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes full of doubt. "Are you really the hero?" Frieren, noticing his gaze, asked quietly, her expression unchanged. Shouldn't a real hero be upright, brave, and kind, with defeating the Demon King as their calling? Why are you so resistant to it? Can you tell me why? Even though she'd only spent a short time with Ronan, just a few dozen minutes, Frieren could tell that Ronan wasn't the type of human to be timid. Confidence radiated from his every movement, and his strength was clearly no ordinary thing. His speed alone made that obvious. If he wasn't afraid of the Demon King, then why? You might have gotten something wrong. Ronan's expression remained calm, his gaze lowered slightly, his tone carrying a touch of nonchalance. The word hero originally just meant someone brave, decisive, and courageous. Defeating the Demon King is just a stereotype that people attach to it later on. Just like how you all assume elves are immortal, pure, and all have pointed ears. But in truth, among the other races I know of, there are some with pointed ears too. As for defeating the Demon King, if the opportunity presents itself, I'll act. But it's not exactly a career. If there was one thing Ronan hated above all else, it was work, whether in his past life or this one. He already had infinite wealth, so why would he need to toil away morning and night just to fight the Demon King? If the Demon King came looking for trouble with him, well, then he'd only have himself to blame for seeking death. As for everything else, never mind that. With that said, Ronan fell silent, quietly admiring the lush, verdant scenery around them, his heart settling into a calm he hadn't felt in a long while. Hearing this, Frieren nodded lightly, a flicker of thoughtfulness passing through her eyes. Though she hadn't fully grasped the meaning behind Ronan's words, she understood one thing clearly: this was simply not the hero people imagined. But then again, thinking it over carefully, it wasn't wrong either. Before the Demon King ever appeared, the word hero truly hadn't been coined to defeat him. Wait, no. Frieren nearly got tangled up in the logic. Whatever the word hero originally meant, what Ronan was describing was all in the past. Nowadays, the hero existed for one purpose alone: to defeat the Demon King, not to mention the fact that he'd obtained the hero's sword. Besides, what exactly did he mean by "if the opportunity presents itself"? The way he said it made it sound like he saw the Demon King as some random demon on the roadside, to be killed on a whim. The man was the sovereign of the demon race, standing at the pinnacle of the continent for 1,000 years. His strength was leagues beyond anything comparable to a human emperor. So complicated. Frieren's still developing little mind seemed on the verge of shutting down entirely, her thoughts a tangled mess. And within that chaotic jumble of thoughts, the only thing that left a deep impression on her was Ronan's words, confident to the point of arrogance. Head lowered, she struggled to sort out her thoughts. By the time Frieren realized she'd already arrived at her own doorstep, Ronan had already parted ways with the elder elf, that is, the village chief. The sky had grown late, the horizon dyed orange-red by the setting sun. He was following behind her, and Frieren turned back to look at him. "You're staying here tonight?" "Yeah. I asked him to free up an empty house for me, but he said there wasn't one." Ronan held a grimoire in his hand, raising his eyes to look at Frieren. "Also, that old man said you have quite a talent for magic, and that all the grimoires in the village are currently in your possession. If I want to learn magic, he suggested I come to you first." "Aren't you a warrior? Why would a warrior need to learn magic?" Frieren tilted her head, blinking, looking somewhat puzzled. Though her thoughts had wandered a bit just now, she'd clearly heard that Ronan didn't know any magic. That astonishing speed of his was purely the result of his own physical prowess, forced out through sheer bodily strength. What a terrifying human. Come to think of it. Though she still felt a certain amazement inside, Frieren remembered something and looked at Ronan. "Have you ever tested your magical aptitude? If this is just some passing whim, I can't guarantee you'll be able to learn it." Ronan's lips curved upward into a confident smile. "How would I know unless I tried? I have plenty of confidence in my own talent. Because..." As he spoke, Ronan silently activated infinite talent. Frieren, watching him, felt a moment of disorientation. Somehow, she sensed Ronan's very presence had shifted. It grew wiser, more profound, carrying the aura of an elven scholar. A faint stir of magic power rippled through the air. This. Frieren found it hard to believe, her eyes widening slightly. Was that just her imagination? What's wrong? Noticing her strange expression, Ronan paused briefly, then asked softly, "Do you not believe what I'm saying?" "That's fair, I suppose. If I were in your position, I probably wouldn't easily believe that a human warrior could learn magic either. But then again, anything is possible. Ronan's composed tone made Frieren involuntarily recall the things he'd said that afternoon about defeating the Demon King. She took a deep breath. No, I believe you. After all, you were able to pick up the hero's sword. For a hero, nothing is impossible. Come in, then. I should mention beforehand, my own grasp of magic is quite shallow. I only know a few offensive spells. They were passed down by our ancestors thousands of years ago, to fight against the demon race. With that, she opened the door. Stepping inside, she lit an oil lamp, its soft glow illuminating the finely crafted wooden decorations within. Frieren, barefoot, hurried into the room, while Ronan waited a while in the living area. He glanced around and noticed a number of unusual plants placed about the room, giving off a faint, pleasant fragrance. Heave-ho, Tilda. Then she emerged, carrying a stack of books nearly half her own height. Only then did he hear her say, "These are the theoretical foundations of magic. Read through all of these and master them first. Only then, in theory, will you be able to learn magic. It took me nearly 10 years to master this knowledge myself. Are you planning to stay here for 10 years? Hearing the number 10 years, Ronan's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder the village chief had suggested he stay here for now, and even had him move into Frieren's house. At first, he'd assumed it was simply out of courtesy, a gesture of thanks. But now, looking at it again, this was probably the chief's way of urging him to hurry up and get to work. If he were an ordinary hero, he surely wouldn't be able to stay long before having to set off to fight the Demon King. Because studying theory was far too tedious. Thankfully, he wasn't ordinary. Ronan let out a soft chuckle. 10 years? No need. Just hand me a pen, and I can work a miracle in a single night. Just watch. Chapter 4. No, stop, it's overflowing. 1,483 words. Ronan's voice was low, and Frieren, caught up in the mood he set, parted her lips slightly, at a loss for what to say. She raised her palm a little, then lowered it again, letting out a sigh. As long as you have confidence, that's good. But before you start learning, I should remind you, magic is a world built on imagination. So, confidence is an emotion that matters a great deal in the process of learning magic. If you lose your confidence, if you can't imagine it clearly, then no matter how simple the spell is, no matter how much effort you put in, you'll never be able to cast it. As she spoke, Frieren walked barefoot over to the door. The dim, yellow candlelight flickered unsteadily, casting shifting light and shadow across her pale face, lending her an air of mystery. She paused for a moment, one hand resting lightly on the wooden door handle, and continued. That's more or less it. Go ahead and take a look around for now. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head out. There's food in the first room on the left. Thud. A soft sound, and the door closed. Once Frieren had vanished from sight, Ronan slowly sat back down in his chair. He looked at the grimoires laid out before him and gave a slight shake of his head. With infinite talent activated, I wonder how it'll actually perform. Come to think of it. What was that white energy drifting around Frieren? Battle aura? Or magic power? Knowing so little about this world, Ronan mulled it over for a moment before giving up on digging any deeper. He could afford to act slow-witted, but not outright ignorant like a modern man wandering the street asking what a car was. Say something like that out loud, and people would think you were either a fool or mentally unwell. This world clearly had no concept of short-form videos or the like. Ha! His thoughts gradually settled, and Ronan let out a breath, refocusing his attention on the book. With a touch of curiosity, he gently opened it. He'd assumed the contents would be dense and obscure, that he might not even be able to read the script. But as it turned out, I can actually read this. Guess the elves aren't that old-fashioned after all. Someone must have already translated the ancient text into the modern script. Ronan examined the cover and the paper closely and noticed they were both fairly new, which explained things. If the ancient script hadn't been translated, modern elves would have had a far harder time learning magic, several times more difficult, at least. Not bad, he thought, nodding lightly, quite satisfied, and kept reading. Then he noticed something else. Perhaps due to the influence of infinite talent, Ronan felt as though he'd turned into some kind of academic prodigy. Just skimming a single line was enough for the knowledge to imprint itself directly into his mind, impossible to forget even if he tried. He was surprised at first, but Ronan quickly composed himself, careful not to let his expression slip. Still, despite his efforts, a faint smile crept unconsciously onto his face. Over the time that followed, he sank deeply into his reading, completely losing track of time, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. At the same time, the magic power within his body kept growing without pause. Until... Creak tilde. Frieren gently pushed the door open and stepped back inside, and the sight before her made her gasp. Magic power was pouring off of Ronan so thickly it seemed on the verge of blowing the room apart. She quickly cried out in warning. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't do something this dangerous inside the house. Don't you know how to hold back your magic power?" Magic power? Frieren's words snapped Ronan abruptly back to himself. Reluctantly, he pulled his eyes away from the grimoire, thinking to himself, so that was it, just as he'd suspected. The talent he'd boosted covered everything across the board: magic aptitude, magic power itself, and even the sense of magic power. He tried reining it in a little and found he could control the output of his magic power with perfect ease. So there was a talent for magic control too, it seemed. The sensation felt incredible, almost as if he could do anything. Though Ronan knew full well this was just an illusion, he'd only boosted his talent, not his actual magical strength. Because he hadn't learned a single spell yet. Still, even so, it was a rather remarkable achievement. After all, in the mere few hours Frieren had been gone, he'd already gotten through roughly a third of the books in front of him. Compared to Frieren's 10 years. At this moment, only one thought crossed Ronan's mind. Cheats really were unreasonable. Honestly, good thing I came back in time. If you'd blown my house apart, what would you even use to pay me back? Frieren muttered under her breath. With her staff in hand, she swiftly and expertly tidied up the room, which had been thrown into some disarray by the surge of magic power. All while glancing sideways, her eyes sweeping briefly over the grimoire in front of Ronan. Just one glance was enough for a flicker of confusion to cross her eyes. He'd read through this much already? Honestly, one look and she could tell he hadn't read it properly. If it had only been a few pages, she might have believed Ronan was genuinely studying magic in earnest. But a full third all at once. She was an elf, not an idiot. How could she possibly believe that? She gave a faint mental shake of her head. Though disappointed by what seemed like Ronan's carelessness, thinking it over, even she herself, faced with this many books back in her day, hadn't managed to sit still and focus for the first several days either. Flipping through carelessly was only natural. She shouldn't expect too much. Because humans were creatures with remarkably short lifespans, constantly changing their goals in an attempt to make their lives feel fuller. Ronan, this unreliable hero, was probably no exception. All of this was what the elders had told her, long ago. Frieren blinked slowly, a tangle of complicated thoughts flickering beneath her cool, detached expression. Once she'd finished tidying the room, she turned to Ronan with a serious expression and warned him not to do anything this dangerous ever again. Learning magic couldn't be rushed. Losing the house was a small matter, but if he hurt himself and it disrupted the plan to defeat the Demon King, she'd bear no small part of the blame. Ronan nodded lightly, looking rather helpless. That afternoon, he'd thought Frieren was just an innocent little girl. Now, it was clear she was basically a fussy old grandmother. Come to think of it, how old was she, exactly? Never mind. Better not dig too deep into that question. The thought that elves' bodies remained undeveloped even past 100 years old, not reaching full adult form until they were several hundred, even several thousand years old. Just thinking about it made him feel a little sad on their behalf. A child's world could never be as fun as an adult's. Once she'd finished lecturing him, Frieren left. Before leaving, she made sure to take the grimoire with her, so as not to risk another mishap while she was asleep. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Lying in bed, Ronan had just opened his eyes and instinctively reached to his side, wanting to check the time. He reached out, then suddenly laughed. What am I even doing? Shaking his head lightly, Ronan found it a little absurd. Here he was, having transmigrated to another world, and he was still unconsciously thinking about clocking in for work. That was a bad habit. He needed to break it. Starting today. He got up and washed up. This era had no toothpaste, so coarse salt had to do instead. Not bad, really, as long as it wasn't charcoal powder. He genuinely couldn't picture a clean, fastidious elf brushing their teeth with charcoal. Wiping the water off his face, Ronan grabbed a piece of bread from the kitchen on his way out. When he reached the living room, he glanced upstairs, toward Frieren's room. The door was shut tight, a wooden nameplate hanging outside. She probably wasn't awake yet. He gave it a passing glance and thought nothing more of it, pushing open the front door. A wide expanse of green filled his vision. Amid the greenery, a group of elves bustled about the village, a steady hum of noise filling the air. The air was still wonderfully fresh. Ronan took a deep breath. Just then, he saw the village chief from yesterday walking toward him. Chapter 5, A tiny opening doesn't count. 1,422 words. Lord Ronan, good morning. The village chief walked slowly up to Ronan, a polite smile on his face, greeting him softly. I trust you rested well last night? That child Frieren didn't disturb you, I hope. Ronan shook his head, his expression calm and open. Village chief, there's no need for such formal titles. I slept very well. If anything, I'm the one who imposed on her. Is there something you need? Showing up for a visit this early in the morning clearly wasn't just to exchange simple greetings. That much was evident from the chief's hesitant, somewhat conflicted expression. However, what the chief said next didn't quite confirm his suspicions. Instead, he spoke with a touch of hesitation. Well, there is something, though it's not terribly important. I'm not sure whether that child Frieren mentioned it to you. I was so overwhelmed yesterday that I completely forgot about this matter. As he spoke, the chief gave his own forehead a light tap, seemingly annoyed with himself for forgetting. Having done so, he turned his gaze back to Ronan and spoke earnestly. I came today to give you a reminder. The hero's sword originally resided near the village of the sword. Ever since the goddess bestowed the hero's sword upon them, the village of the sword has devoted itself, generation after generation, to guarding it. Now that you've obtained the hero's sword, if what you said is true, that you simply came across it by accident, then those guardians in the village of the sword might well be in a rather. The chief placed particular emphasis on the word accident, and everything left unsaid in his sentence made clear just how troubling the matter was. Ronan's thoughts paused for a moment, then he nodded, realization dawning. The hero's sword actually had guardians? That was something he'd never considered before. Because at the time, he hadn't seen a single trace of any so-called guardians. If that was true, it meant he'd unwittingly walked off with something these people's very livelihood depended on. At the thought, Ronan's brow furrowed, and he asked in return. So, should this be reported to the guardians in the village of the sword now? Or do you need me to return the hero's sword? Hearing this, the chief startled and quickly waved his hands. No need for that. The hero's sword isn't something just anyone can wield. What's yours is yours, in the end. After all, ever since the goddess created the world, no one has ever been able to lift this sword. The fact that you were able to pick it up proves you're the true hero. That's the rule the goddess herself set down. A rule. Ronan didn't think this so-called rule carried any absolute authority. Because he genuinely wasn't any kind of hero, being able to lift the sword probably just came down to his own nearly limitless strength. Wait, a thought suddenly occurred to him. What if this hero wasn't a matter of character or virtue at all, but simply a matter of raw power? If that were the case, then everything would make sense. This goddess had quite the foresight, it seemed. The corners of Ronan's lips curled upward into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, and he was about to say something more. The chief stepped forward, raising a hand, and spoke first. Lord Ronan, there's truly no need to worry. Just to be safe, I already sent someone to the village of the sword 2 hours ago. They should be back in about a week. At that point, someone qualified will verify the authenticity of the hero's sword, and they'll also explain to you its proper method of use. Though I've seen the hero's sword myself before, that was several centuries ago now. Time passes, and memory inevitably grows hazy. It's entirely possible I misremembered something. They are the true authority on the matter. Until then, please stay here and make yourself at home. There was a note of sincerity in the chief's tone. This wasn't purely to set his own mind at ease. More than anything, he hoped to get Ronan moving as quickly as possible. As elves, it wasn't their place to meddle in matters concerning the hero. But once the people from the Village of the Sword arrived, the situation would change entirely. Even if it turned out the hero's sword was a fake, it wouldn't matter. Ronan was human. After all, there was no way he could stay for long in a village of elves. No human could endure decades or even centuries of the same unchanging life. For someone used to a rich and varied existence, it would feel like a prison, and would inevitably drive one mad. Unless, of course, the other party was also a long-lived race. Which obviously wasn't the case here. Ronan had no idea what thoughts were running through the chief's mind, assuming instead that the man was simply looking out for him, just in case. He nodded lightly. Well then, I'll leave that in your hands. By the way, I heard yesterday evening that your village's food supply isn't quite sufficient. Did something happen? It doesn't feel right, eating for free without contributing anything. I might be able to help out a little. Hearing this, the chief lowered his head slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He hesitated for a couple of seconds before finally, slowly, explaining the truth of the matter. It had all started around 5 years ago, when the Demon King's army pushed steadily southward, cutting off trade routes through parts of several kingdoms. Though elves lived remarkably long lives and were deeply devoted to farming. Even so, seeds were limited in number, natural disasters and man-made calamities never ceased, and their population remained constant, all of which led to their food supply gradually dwindling. Recently, they'd had to purchase most of their food from a nearby town. The town was mostly populated by humans, who also needed to eat. Food demand outstripped supply, and prices kept climbing higher and higher. To make matters worse, elves loved art and were passionate about magic, but they had never placed much value on wealth, always living a life of taking only what they needed, as they needed it. At the same time, human kingdoms rose and fell constantly, and currencies changed just as frequently. Over thousands of years, this meant the amount of genuinely valuable currency the elves had on hand might amount to no more than a coin or two. There was little to be done about it. Elves had never gone out to work for wages. No elf had ever done such a thing. But the food shortage was a problem staring them right in the face, one that couldn't simply be ignored. So the chief had originally planned to expand into the surrounding forest, spending 10 years, even several decades, to find a new, stable source of food. Several decades might seem an unbearably long time to a human, but to an elf, it was little more than the blink of an eye. Having learned all this, Ronan nodded, roughly grasping the difficulties this village currently faced. It was a rather absurd situation, when he thought about it. If things continued on like this, in a few centuries, they'd all starve to death. Ronan couldn't help but silently marvel at just how vastly different the world looked through human eyes versus elven eyes. He let out a sigh and raised his head. Well, if it's a matter of food, that's easy enough to solve. When it comes down to it, food is just wealth, and wealth is just money, and I happen to be fairly well off. If you don't mind, why don't you leave this matter to me? Ronan didn't simply hand the chief a pile of gold coins outright. His experience from his past life had taught him that people never treasured what came to them for free. At the same time, this world wasn't a game. If things went wrong, there'd be no restart, no loading an old save. Besides, though elves' temperament differed from that of humans, respect earned through genuine effort and respect gained purely through some natural advantage were undoubtedly worlds apart. Besides, he'd been wanting to see more of the outside world anyway. Stumbling across an antique in some human town, selling it off for an outrageous price by sheer chance, and then bringing back a huge haul of food by pure coincidence. That shouldn't be too much of a problem, surely. Chapter 6, The Reward, a Legendary Spell. 1,356 words. Having received Ronan's promise, the village chief was overjoyed, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out, his eyes brimming with relief and anticipation. Though he didn't hold out much hope for how much food Ronan could actually bring back, the mere fact that the man had this kind of goodwill was enough to prove he hadn't misjudged him. No ordinary human would have this kind of awareness. At most, they'd offer some small help and call it done. Little did he know, the elves didn't actually need any of that. Faced with such long lifespans, virtually any trouble could eventually be resolved. Except for one thing: money. And so, wanting to demonstrate the elves' generosity, the chief hurried back to his own house and brought out a grimoire. He handed the grimoire to Ronan, meaning for him to sell it should he ever find himself short on funds. As a spell from the Mythic Age, it should, barring any surprises, fetch quite a considerable sum. Ronan looked somewhat puzzled. He glanced at the grimoire, then at the chief, his expression asking silently, "Wasn't this just money? So why would the elves?" "To be honest with you." Before Ronan could even voice the question in his mind, the chief explained with a note of regret. "We elves aren't very skilled at trading, and we're not particularly sharp when it comes to money. There was once a case where a spell worth 10,000 gold was sold for a mere 500. Ever since then, we gave up trying to earn money by selling off spells. After all, spells on the market have never really had a fixed price to begin with. This is one of my own personal collection, created 3,000 years ago, at the very dawn of the Mythic Age, by a great mage of our people." The chief's gaze settled earnestly on Ronan, his tone grave. "Lord Ronan, please accept it. The future of our village rests entirely on you now. As a human, I believe you'll be able to make the most of this grimoire's true value." The words carried such weight that Ronan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He took the grimoire and nodded. "There's no need to speak so gravely, village chief. Please, don't worry. Since it's an antique from 3,000 years ago, no doubt plenty of mags would be interested in it. Of course, if it can be avoided, it's probably best not to sell it at all. This is part of your village's collection, isn't it? Losing it would be quite a heavy blow, surely. 3,000 years ago, just thinking about it made the time span feel impossibly distant. To Ronan's eyes, going by real-world history, that would place it somewhere around the Shang or Zhou dynasty, at the very least. Even relics from the spring and autumn period would seem trivial by comparison. Though this world had none of those actual dynasties, the sheer weight of history still felt undeniable. Yet just as Ronan was lost in his own musings, the chief waved a hand dismissively. No, it's merely something from 3,000 years ago. In terms of age, it's only a little older than I am. To me, it's nothing particularly precious. It's only because it's regarded as a legendary spell that I brought it out at all. And besides, this isn't even the original from 3,000 years ago, just a copy. I still have 2 or 3 more back home. If it ever comes to it, I could make a few more copies. But out of respect for the unspoken understanding among mags, I've held off on doing that. There's no need for you to worry over it. Lord Ronan." At these words, Ronan fell into a long silence. How had a 3,000-year-old antique just been described as some ordinary keepsake? Well, damn. So this was how elves saw the world. Ronan felt his eyes truly opened. At last, he understood why a spell worth 10,000 gold had ended up selling for a mere 500. If someone lived to be 100 years old, they'd naturally look down on something from 110 years ago. Because to them, it was practically brand new, something they'd grown up seeing. But to people with normal lifespans, something from 110 years ago was already ancient history, far from common, something you might be lucky to lay eyes on even once in your life. At the thought, Ronan shook his head with a sigh of admiration. Well, never mind. Whatever the elves' perspective might be, he was certain a spell from 3,000 years ago held tremendous value. A legendary spell, he couldn't even begin to imagine what it might actually look like. After the chief left, Ronan put the grimoire away and stepped out of the house, wandering leisurely through the village. Bread in hand, he walked and ate at the same time, savoring the rare peace and quiet, the scenery before him as lovely as ever. Before long, he'd finished the bread and headed back to the house. Checking the sky, it looked to be around 9 in the morning, yet Frieren still hadn't gotten up. 10 o'clock came. Then 11. Finally, some noise stirred upstairs. First came the faint sound of someone turning over, followed by a series of soft mumbles and groans, as though someone were rolling around endlessly in bed, locked in battle with their blanket. At noon, close to lunchtime, Ronan finally saw Frieren emerge, hugging a pillow, ears drooping, slowly pushing the door open and stepping out. Creak. The wooden door swayed with a faint groan as she walked through it, her eyes still heavy with sleep, narrowed to thin slits. Her tousled hair didn't make her look unkempt at all, if anything, it made her look even more adorable. Seeing this, Ronan, who'd been reading in the living room, smiled. So even elves have days when they can't get out of bed? Hearing his voice, Frieren looked down toward him. Yet that small motion alone drained every last bit of energy from her body. Curled up like a little cat rolled into a ball, she retorted, her voice tinged with drowsy laziness. "You're the one who got up too early. I'm an elf. You know, sleeping 10-something hours a day is nothing unusual for me. By the way, what are you doing?" "Reading. The chief gave me this book this morning, said it's a legendary spell." Ronan held up the grimoire in his hand, gesturing toward Frieren. At that, Frieren froze for a moment. A legendary spell? Instantly, most of the drowsiness drained from her. As though she'd caught a whiff of catnip, she leapt straight from the second floor down to the first, tossing the pillow in her hands aside without a second thought. She hurried over to Ronan, asking curiously, "Is that true? I've heard vague mentions of it before, but isn't that supposed to be one of the chief's treasured possessions? Why would he give it to you?" Ronan smiled, "Not sure, myself. Maybe it's because he took one look at my handsome, dashing self and figured I had the bearing of a savior." Inwardly, Frieren rolled her eyes at him. What an arrogant thing to say. She didn't believe that for a second. Something must have happened between the two of them that morning. But what could it possibly be? She really wanted to know, because this was a legendary spell they were talking about. As the most magically talented elf in the entire village, whenever she'd wanted to learn it before, the chief had always found every excuse to stop her, acting as though refusing her was somehow for her own good. She genuinely couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Drawing closer to Ronan, Frieren unconsciously brushed past his earlier remark and, after a brief pause, continued. "So, from what you've read so far, do you know what spell is recorded in it?" "I do." Ronan tilted his head slightly and nodded. "If my translation is correct, it should be the spell known as Flameless Fire. Chapter 7, Warming to the Concept. 1516 words. Fire without flame, all things ignite." Hearing what this spell was supposed to do, Frieren blinked in bewilderment, a hint of confusion slowly surfacing on her delicate face. What kind of spell was this? She'd never heard of anything like it. She couldn't even wrap her head around it, because within her own understanding of the world, this was simply something that shouldn't be possible. For anything to burn, fire had to be present first. From striking flint to a raging forest fire, without a spark or a flame to start it off, how could anything possibly catch fire? After all, even fire attribute magic worked by converting magic power into flame as its output. Doing it without fire meant relying purely on unattributed magic power alone to make something spontaneously combust out of nowhere. How was that even possible? Magic was indeed built on imagination. That much was true, but that didn't mean it could defy reality itself. Take cutting magic, for example. In theory, it should be able to slice through space itself, but in practice, no one had ever achieved such a feat. The reason was simple. Neither elf nor human could truly imagine what it would look like for space itself to be cut open. Fire was no different. Frieren took a deep breath, trying to calm her somewhat muddled thoughts, wondering if she'd misheard, or if perhaps Ronan had simply misspoken. But when she came back to herself and saw the sheer certainty on Ronan's face, the question on her lips died before she could ask it. At that moment, Frieren finally began to understand why the chief had never let her learn this spell. If it was hopeless to learn anyway, and it would only crush her confidence in the process, better to keep it a mystery instead. Ronan had been watching the subtle shifts in Frieren's expression the whole time, and seeing her look somewhat crestfallen. Clap. He closed the book, his tone carrying a note of concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Or is it that you don't quite understand this spell? Surely you're not just surprised that I can even parse magic like this?" Of course not. Frieren, having pulled herself out of her thoughts, shook her head. She took a seat across from Ronan. Though her heart was still stirred with turmoil, her voice remained calm. I was just thinking, a spell that defies reality's own rules like this, is there really anyone alive who could actually learn it? As for not quite understanding it, that's true, to some extent. No matter how I try, I simply can't picture what something burning would even look like without fire. Can you picture it? She raised her head, looking at Ronan, assuming he couldn't imagine it either. Just as Frieren had concluded this spell was surely doomed to be lost forever, Ronan, contrary to expectation, broke into an easy, unhurried smile. He set the grimoire down on the table, facing Frieren, and chuckled softly. You mean picturing this spell? That's simple enough. Think of the object itself as the fuel. Not needing fire means relying on an indirect form of heat instead. Rather than calling it a spell that ignites anything without fire, it'd be more accurate to call it a spell that uses magic power to instantly raise a substance's temperature. After all, everything has a temperature at which it catches fire. Because it relies on an invisible medium, magic power, to observers, it simply looks as though the substance has suddenly caught fire on its own. Something like. Ronan glanced around the room for a moment, then settled his gaze on a small green leaf that had drifted in through the window and landed on the table in front of them. He gave a light snap of his fingers. Snap. A crisp sound rang out. The leaf instantly turned scorched and yellow, curling and twisting, burning to ash at a speed visible to the naked eye, before vanishing entirely. All that remained was a faint trace of burnt smell lingering in the air, the only proof it had ever existed at all. Just like that. Ronan nodded. From selecting the target to casting the spell, the entire process had taken less than a second. To anyone else, it would have seemed an incredibly short span of time, but to Frieren, it left her utterly stunned. Several seconds passed before Frieren finally came back to herself, her eyes going wide, letting out a startled "Huh? What? What had she just seen? Why had the leaf caught fire on its own? Had there been any ripple of magic power just now? Frieren tried hard to recall that fleeting moment, only to realize she hadn't sensed a single thing. Had Ronan really done that? It was no wonder she was so shocked. When Ronan cast a spell, there was almost no sign of it beforehand whatsoever. Taking a small breath, Frieren looked at Ronan, her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity, and asked, "How did you do that? Ignition point. What even is an ignition point? Have you actually learned this spell? In such a short amount of time? If I remember correctly, didn't you just get this grimoire this morning? How could it possibly be this fast?" So many questions swirled in her mind. Though elves weren't known for being talkative, that varied from person to person, and it also depended on the situation at hand. Take, for instance, her own fear of the dark, her fear of enclosed spaces, which was why she always had to keep a lamp lit at night in order to fall asleep. If she ever forgot to light it, and found herself surrounded by darkness and closed-in walls, she'd surely end up unable to hold back tears. "You think that was fast?" Ronan smiled, his tone easy and composed. "I suppose so. If it weren't for the fact that I was trying to figure out how to raise a substance's temperature using as little magic power as possible, subtly enough that no one would even notice, I could have done it even faster. As for the ignition point, I don't remember the precise terminology. You elves don't know much about this kind of thing, and it's hard to explain in a short amount of time anyway. How about this instead? I'll take charge of teaching you this kind of knowledge, and you take charge of passing on the spells you know to me. After what just happened, you should have a good sense of my talent for magic by now. Let's teach each other. Trust me, little lady, you won't be getting the short end of this deal." Hearing this, Frieren hesitated for a moment. It was true. She'd never seen talent like Ronan's before. In just a few short hours, he'd mastered a spell that might have taken her an entire lifetime to learn, if she ever managed it at all. By all rights, she should agree magic was something she loved deeply, and for its sake, she'd be willing to give up nearly anything else. But teaching each other? That was a path she'd never once considered. Ronan's talent was so extraordinarily high, what if she wasn't good enough to teach him properly? Frieren found herself genuinely worried about this. Yesterday had been yesterday. Back then, Ronan's words had just been idle talk. But now that it was actually happening, the situation would surely feel entirely different. Her thoughts were a mess. Seeing Frieren's conflicted expression, Ronan didn't press her for an answer. He knew this wasn't something to rush. He simply crossed his arms and sat quietly on the animal hide couch, waiting patiently for her response. After a long while, Frieren finally raised her head. She took a deep breath, then nodded firmly. "All right, I agree. But I do have one condition. Since you're the hero, you surely won't be staying here for long. So, on the day you set off, the day our arrangement comes to an end. Whatever we've learned by then, we'll leave it at that, no matter how much it pains us. Can you accept that condition?" Having said this much, she took another deep breath, her voice growing a little less certain. "It's fine if you can't accept it. I'm sure you'll be able to find a better teacher than me, somewhere out there. Your talent, even by the standards of the whole world, is probably..." Before she could finish, Ronan's voice cut in, carrying a note of comfort and reassurance. "No problem at all, Frieren. There's no need to think so little of yourself. As far as I'm concerned, you're already the best teacher I've ever had." Since she was, after all, the only teacher he'd ever had, she was naturally his number one by default. As for talent, if he were honest, even just reading a book on his own would have been no different from having Frieren teach him. Calling her his teacher was really just an excuse. After all, reading alone could never compare to the comfort of learning directly from Frieren. Chapter 8, Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. 1,589 words. Early the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight spilled through the gaps in the window and onto the floor of the room, Ronan had already woken up, preparing to keep his promise and head to the nearby human town to purchase a batch of food. He gently pushed the bedroom door open, trying his best not to make a sound. However, as he stepped into the living room, he suddenly spotted Frieren sprawled out on the floor, fast asleep, limbs splayed in every direction. Her sleeping posture left something to be desired. Her hair, originally tied up, had come loose, a few stray strands scattered messily across her cheeks, her belly exposed without a trace of self-consciousness. But Ronan gave it all no more than a glance and thought nothing of it. His attention was instead drawn to the thick notebook sitting on the table. It looked like something she'd written up the night before. Quite the discipline. Was this what her love for magic looked like? Ronan felt a flicker of admiration, a quiet sense of appreciation welling up inside him. His footsteps grew even softer as he slowly approached Frieren's side. Looking down at her sleeping face, Ronan bent down and gently lifted Frieren up, meaning to set her down on the nearby couch so she wouldn't catch a chill. But the moment he lifted her, Frieren seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned slightly, her shoulders shifting a couple of times, as if searching for a more comfortable position. Tilda. Along with a drowsy little hum, her eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly opening. Her vision was still hazy, her mind not yet fully awake. But the instant she saw Ronan, her groggy brain seemed to freeze for a second. Then, she realized she was being carried in his arms. And that, even her stomach was exposed. The air went dead silent. "What are you doing?" In the living room, Frieren hurriedly straightened out her rumpled clothes, her expression lowered, at a momentary loss for words. Even though her age had left her with little in the way of deep emotion, she was, at her core, still an ordinary little girl. So in this moment, faced with this situation, even as an elf, the mere thought of it was enough to make her heart beat just a little faster than usual, instinctively. Seeing her flustered, saying nothing, simply lowering her head to fix her clothes in a hurry, Ronan rubbed his forehead, feeling as though he'd overstepped somehow. He'd only meant to keep her from catching a cold, that was all. Of course, he didn't say much about it either, and as time passed, Frieren quickly regained her composure. She then learned that Ronan had actually accepted the chief's request to travel to a human town to buy food. He'd bring the hero's sword along just in case, after all, it was the only weapon he had on him. If he ran into any monsters along the way, fighting barehanded and coming back covered in blood wouldn't exactly be a pretty sight. "I'm coming too. Take me with you, I've more or less finished studying the heat-based magic." Frieren's gaze drifted to her notebook, her thoughts inevitably drifting back to the day before, her tone carrying a hint of reflection. All that's left is testing and refining it through actual combat, and that's not really something I can do here. Also, there are a few things I wanted to ask you about. The concept of an ignition point was easy enough to grasp. It simply meant that once the surrounding air reached a certain temperature, an object would catch fire on its own. She'd seen it happen a few times before, during the summer, but back then she'd never paid it much mind. Just as, before Newton discovered gravity, people saw apples fall without ever wondering why. Looking back on it now, she felt a small pang of guilt. To avoid making the same mistake twice, she genuinely sat down and thought it through the night before. What if there was no air around? What if an enemy used ice magic to drastically lower the surrounding temperature? And besides, if the temperature got too high, could it end up harming herself too? After all, some spells didn't discriminate between friend and foe. Heat-based magic was undoubtedly one of them. Listening to Frieren's words, Ronan smiled. Though somewhat surprised by her thirst for knowledge, he didn't discourage her. Ask away. Wanting to learn is a good thing. No wonder the chief said you're the most gifted mage here. Actually, even if you hadn't brought it up yourself, I would have invited an elf to come along with me anyway. Since I have no idea where the nearest human town even is. Now that you've offered, let's go together, then. With that, Ronan rose from the couch. After a bit of sorting out their clothes, by the time the two of them officially set off, several dozen minutes had already passed. The town reminded Ronan of the cities of ancient Rome and Greece he'd read about back in his old life. Human clothing here mostly consisted of draped white cloth, simple, yet not lacking in elegance. Ronan and Frieren walked along a street paved with bluestone, surrounded by a bustling crowd, lively and full of energy. Sunlight filtered down through the dappled leaves overhead. Not far off, a number of passers-by cast curious glances their way. Clearly, they were sizing up Frieren. Frieren paid it no mind at all. She'd long since grown used to that kind of attention. Compared to the humans one could find everywhere, elves were undeniably a rare sight. At that moment, she found herself pondering a question. Didn't casting heat-based magic require a wand? On the way into town, she'd paid extra close attention, watching Ronan cast his spells several more times. Whether the attacking monster was a small bird the size of a palm, or a griffin as large as a mountain, Ronan could dispatch it effortlessly with nothing more than a single snap of his fingers. Though she knew this was just an unconscious little habit of his, one that only heightened his presence without actually boosting his power. Still, no matter how she looked at it, the whole process seemed far too effortless. It almost gave her the impression that anyone could learn this spell. Still stuck on what happened earlier, Ronan glanced sideways, seeming to have picked up on what Frieren was mulling over, his tone as calm as if he were discussing something trivial. No need to overthink it. This kind of magic was always going to be special. No, all magic is special, really. Take the water calling spell you taught me before, for example. Ronan tilted his head back, lost in thought for a moment. Since it requires imagining water vapor condensing into water, under normal circumstances, that kind of spell tends to get used as a water cannon, relying on sheer impact force to strike at enemies. But there are exceptions too, like water needles, or water bullets. Bringing up the transformation of water, Ronan paused to think for a moment, then turned his gaze back to Frieren. I wonder if you still remember what I taught you yesterday. Given the same amount of force, the smaller an object's surface area, the greater the damage it can inflict on other matter. Water and heat are no exception to that. Rather than spending a huge amount of magic power heating up the surrounding space, it's far more efficient to use only a small amount of magic power to heat something from the inside, directly within a living creature. This approach not only improves the efficiency of killing monsters, but also extends your own staying power in a fight. Even if you're a genius, the amount of magic power you can use is still limited, isn't it? That was true, Frieren realized, struck by sudden clarity. Because the amount of magic power consumed was so small, it could be cast without needing a wand at all. She'd fallen into a misconception before, mistakenly believing that the more magic power output, the more powerful the spell. To Ronan, it sounded obvious. To Frieren, it felt like overturning centuries of magical theory. "Where did you learn all of this?" she asked, a light tinged with something like reverence flickering in her eyes. Why hadn't I heard even the faintest whisper of it before? Isn't that strange? If humans of the past had grasped this kind of knowledge, magic surely wouldn't have remained stagnant for this long. Strange. Ronan smiled, not strange at all, in his opinion. If he possessed wisdom 1,000 years ahead of everyone else and still couldn't accomplish something like this, he'd hardly deserve to call himself a transmigrator. In truth, people of the past hadn't been foolish, they simply lacked the eyes to notice what was right in front of them. Before the invention of machinery, who would have ever imagined that water, seemingly soft and gentle in everyday life, could possess enough force to cut through steel? He was merely standing on the shoulders of giants, that was all. Shaking his head lightly, Ronan didn't say anything more, simply continuing to walk in quiet silence. Soon enough, they entered the marketplace, the surroundings growing livelier still. Frieren, too, shook off her pensive mood, drawn in by the dazzling array of magic tools on display, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 9, Splurging a fortune, what do you mean, cracked version. 1,489 words. You like these things? Noticing that Frieren's gaze had lingered on a particular stall for far too long, unable to look away, Ronan followed her line of sight over to the same spot. He didn't recognize any of the magic tools himself, only thought the items on the stall looked strange and unusual: bottles, jars, and even some wooden sticks. Wooden sticks? Were people really selling those too? The bottles and jars looked like antiques. Was this some kind of flea market? Though it was a bit odd to think this era even had such a thing. But given that this was another world, it wasn't entirely out of the question either. Of course I like them. I heard there are ruins somewhere near here. I used to think it was just a legend, but it turns out to be true. Frieren lowered her head slightly, her voice hushed, as though sharing a small secret. Supposedly, the ruins are full of treasures, and also contain some grimoires that were thought to be lost long ago. If I'm not mistaken, some of those items over there were brought out from the ruins. It's a shame I don't have much money on me, or I'd buy every last one of them to keep. She wasn't only passionate about magic itself, but also about many things related to it. Some of the wood carvings back at her house were part of that, enchanted with calming spells. Ronan didn't really understand Frieren's collecting habits, but seeing that wistful, reluctant look on her face, he mulled it over for a moment, then raised a hand and gave Frieren's shoulder a light pat, his tone easy and casual. "Stay right here, don't move. I'll be right back." With that, he walked over to the stall. From where Frieren stood, she saw Ronan exchange a few words with the stall owner, and the man's face immediately lit up with delight. Right after, he took a number of items from Ronan's hands and hurried off in a rush, not even bothering to pack up the stall itself. The look on his face was like a beggar who'd spent all day pleading for scraps, only to suddenly receive 1,000 gold bill, so overjoyed that even his feigned limp vanished on the spot. What had just happened? Frieren furrowed her brow slightly, a vague suspicion forming in her mind, though she still couldn't be certain. Because she knew full well just how expensive magic tools were. In this era, properly trained mags were extremely rare, holding an elevated social status so naturally, either wealthy or noble. As a result, items that were both antiques and functional tools could always fetch outrageous prices. The wood carvings at her house had taken her 30 years of scrimping and saving to afford. What was sitting right in front of her now, in terms of value, was worth at least 40 or 50 of those carvings. What was 30 times 50? Frieren tried to work it out silently in her head, but since she didn't know multiplication, she still couldn't come up with even a rough number after a good while of trying. Just then, Ronan returned. He seemed to be in a particularly good mood, and without thinking much of it, he took Frieren's hand and began walking straight toward the stall. Frieren instinctively wanted to pull away, but a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind, and she found herself stopping the motion before it happened. Following Ronan over to the stall, she listened as he explained what had just taken place. "It's all settled. I also picked up some information. There really is a ruin near here. According to some scholars' surveys, it's the remains of the Pure Land dynasty, dating back roughly 1,300 years. It hasn't been fully explored yet, and quite a few adventurers have been heading that way. These magic tools are all 1300-year-old artifacts. I'm not sure exactly how much they're worth, but for now, they're all yours." Hearing his generous, offhand words, the suspicion in Frieren's heart was further confirmed. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling faintly, as though a stone had been dropped into her heart, sending out clear ripples. At that moment, a jumble of conflicting emotions swirled inside her, and she had no idea what to say. Should she scold Ronan for spending so recklessly? What right did she even have to complain? The two of them were, after all, nothing more than chance acquaintances who'd only just met. It was purely their shared interest in magic that had formed even this small, tentative bond between them. Should she gladly accept it, then? Frieren felt she wasn't worth this much. Elves might not place great value on money, but they still understood its importance. To suddenly owe someone this great a debt of gratitude, she might not be able to repay it in a few hundred years. After all, these magic tools were normally sold off one at a time. Ordinarily, it might take months just to sell a single piece. No one had ever bought the entire lot all at once before. Could a human even live for a few hundred years? Frieren let out a deep sigh. The answer was obvious. She slowly raised her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry for making you spend so much. Those tools must have been terribly expensive. We only came here to buy food, and yet somehow. No need to apologize. It's just pocket change." Compared to Frieren's evident worry, Ronan looked entirely at ease, a faint smile lingering on his face the whole time. As though the gold coins he'd just spent didn't even amount to spare change to him. A mere 6,000 gold coins for 1300-year-old relics is already quite the bargain, especially considering they're tools meant specifically for mags. In his mind, 1300 years ago roughly corresponded to the Tang dynasty back on Earth, and any relic from that era carried tremendous value. It was a shame this wasn't the modern world otherwise. With Fengling Yuying at his disposal, not a single collectible piece could escape his grasp. A mere 6,000? Frieren's eyes widened slightly. She had no idea what was actually going through Ronan's mind, entirely fixated instead on the sheer, almost incomprehensible size of that number. She couldn't help but wonder if Ronan had gotten the number wrong. Surely he meant 600, not 6,000. After all, in this era, adventurers were already considered a rather high-earning profession. But even so, despite risking their lives daily, most of them could earn no more than 2 or 3 gold coins a month. 6,000 gold coins was 3,000 times a month's income, converted into months. That came out to 3,000 months. How many years was that, exactly? It was almost impossible to imagine. In less than a minute, Ronan had spent more money than an adventurer could hope to earn in several lifetimes. Even though Frieren herself wasn't particularly interested in money, a wave of sheer absurdity welled up in her at the thought. At the same time, a great big question slowly began to form in her mind. Just how much money did Ronan actually have? To casually pull out 6,000 gold coins like that, his total wealth had to be at least 30,000. And judging by how utterly unconcerned he'd looked while doing it, the most conservative estimate would put his fortune at over 100,000 gold coins, at the very least. He was supposed to be a hero, so why was he this wealthy? Some kind of wealthy merchant's son, perhaps? Or maybe even nobility? Could he possibly be a prince from some foreign kingdom? It wasn't entirely unreasonable for Frieren's mind to wander in this direction, since Ronan's whole concept of money was clearly nothing like anyone else's. As far as she could tell, Ronan must have grown up living an extravagant life, weighted on hand and foot, never wanting for anything. Having worked all this out, Frieren gave Ronan a long, searching look, her attitude toward him subtly beginning to shift. If she was going to assume he might be someone of noble birth, then she couldn't afford to be too careless around him. If she accidentally offended him somehow, and one day found herself dragged off somewhere, not even the village chief would have any recourse to argue on her behalf. "What are you thinking about, Frieren?" Ronan cut into her thoughts with a smile, gesturing for her not to stand on ceremony. "It's already done. Worrying about the price now won't change anything. As far as I'm concerned, it was worth it, because no amount of gold can buy my own happiness. And of course, more importantly, your happiness matters too. Leaving them with someone who doesn't appreciate magic would have just been a waste anyway. Take them. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Keeping it low. 1,380 words. Frieren stood quietly in place, falling silent for a moment, before finally deciding to accept the gift. Just as Ronan had said, it was already bought, what else could she do? The stall owner had long since vanished without a trace. Even if she wanted to return the items, there'd be no way to now. This was the first time in her entire life she'd ever received a gift this extravagant, and in all likelihood, it would be the last. Because not everyone could afford to be as generous as Ronan. Pit-pat. Frieren took a few small, careful steps forward and quietly cast a spell, tucking everything away into the bag she carried with her. Watching everything shrink down and vanish from sight, she let out a quiet sigh of relief, while also feeling something else stir within her, something she couldn't quite place. Before she could figure out exactly what that feeling was, Ronan's cheerful voice called out to her again. Let's go. Buying those magic tools took a bit of time, but thankfully not too much. Let's go buy the food. Don't forget the actual reason we came here. Earlier, Ronan had considered picking up a bargain antique or two, as a way to explain the source of his wealth, but on second thought, he'd let the idea go. Frieren was walking right beside him, so acting alone wasn't really an option. And besides, whether this city even had any real antiques worth finding was anyone's guess. If it turned out to be all magic tools and the like, he might as well just make it obvious he was extremely wealthy, then let Frieren guess at the reason for herself. Ronan vaguely remembered this kind of tactic from his past life, some kind of meme, started by some internet troll or another, if he recalled right. Say nothing, and people will fill in the blanks themselves. If they guessed wrong, well, that was their own problem. He hadn't said a single word, after all. At the thought, Ronan tilted his head slightly, glancing at Frieren out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, Frieren wore a thoughtful expression, her brow lightly furrowed, as though lost in some deep consideration. Perhaps, most likely, quite possibly, she too had fallen into exactly this kind of speculation. This works out fine, actually. Staying mysterious is what matters most. It's not like I can just go around announcing that I have infinite wealth. Frieren probably won't give away the secret, but there's no guarantee someone else won't. Even though he wasn't afraid of others coveting his fortune, if he went around eliminating everyone who might covet it, what challenge would be left in life going forward? Infinite wealth reminded him a little of running a cracked copy of a game. Once everything became free, nothing felt rewarding anymore, and the itch to quit always followed soon after. Buying only what was actually needed, competing with others on a level playing field, and crushing them through sheer numbers when it counted, that was the smarter way to go about things. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind, and before either of them quite noticed, the two of them had arrived at the grain market. With plenty of funds on hand, they quickly bought all the grain they needed. Frieren had never imagined solving a food crisis could be this simple. Of course, that was only true if you had more money than you could ever spend. Hard to believe. Frieren stared at the golden wheat in front of them, taken aback by the price, unable to hold back a comment. I'd heard human food prices kept rising, but I never expected it to get this bad. 500 copper coins for a single medimnos, an ancient Greek unit, roughly equal to 40 kilograms. According to what the chief told me before, 500 copper coins is barely enough to feed a family of 3 for a single month. What exactly is the human empire's ruler doing about this? An ordinary laborer working a full day could only earn 20 to 30 copper coins. Thankfully, this era wasn't short on jobs, or else there would have been people starving to death everywhere. That's normal enough. Natural disasters and man-made calamities both drive down crop yields, and of course, certain circumstances could also be causing inflation. Ronan shook his head lightly, gazing at the wheat alongside her, casually scooping up a handful. Whoosh! The fine golden grains slipped through his fingers like sand. He thought for a moment before continuing. Still, none of this really has anything to do with us. Whether prices are high or low all comes down to broader economic controls. Clearly, this kingdom isn't in the best shape right now. He brushed the remaining grains off his hand and turned back to look at Frieren. You elves are cut off from the outside world, so there's no need for you to worry about any of this. Come out again in 100, 1,000 years, and the ruling dynasty might have changed 3 times over by then. Though she didn't fully grasp the exact meaning of inflation, Frieren could piece together a general understanding just from the words themselves and the current situation. And yet, Frieren let out a soft sigh. Even so, it still bothers me. You're the hero, aren't you? Can't you help them somehow? Help how? Ronan arched an eyebrow, asking in return. Buy up all the grain in this city with my own money and hand it out to the common folk for free? Or sell it to them at a discount? That would help them for a while, sure, but what happens after that? After all, the grain will run out eventually. And once the merchants who smell opportunity come back around, selling grain again at the same high price as before, do you think they'd still be able to afford it? Ronan shook his head. No, they wouldn't. And once the merchants realize no one here can afford to buy from them anymore, they'll simply pack up and leave. What do you think would happen then? Frieren fell silent. She didn't even need to think it through, the outcome could only be starvation. She didn't ask why Ronan wouldn't just stay and keep being generous. Those kinds of questions were too naive. Even the most virtuous of elves couldn't pull off something like that after all. The tale of the Buddha cutting off his own flesh to feed a hawk existed only in stories. Seeing Frieren's silence, Ronan paused for a moment before continuing. 500 copper coins is admittedly a steep price, but at least it means no one starving to death. When it comes down to it, disrupting the market price would only make the whole market collapse that much faster. I know what you're thinking. You're still young, and you still hold on to some empathy for others, but even empathy has to know its place. Buying it all up and handing it out cheap definitely isn't the answer. Frieren raised her head, catching the implication behind his words, and asked, somewhat puzzled, then what is the answer? Ronan smiled, his gaze flicking briefly, almost imperceptibly, over his shoulder, before turning back to face Frieren, keeping her guessing just a little longer. The time isn't right yet. You'll understand when it comes. Besides, this isn't something I should be the one handling anyway. For one thing, he didn't have nearly enough influence to control the price of grain at a macro level. For another, even with infinite wealth at his disposal, he had no interest in playing the fool for anyone. Doing a good deed here and there, it wasn't as if he hadn't tried before. But after being tricked by wealthy schemers back in his previous life, and learning the hard way just how far people would go once money got involved, he'd come to understand something. Sometimes, in the face of profit, a life could be worth nothing at all. There was no way he'd let scheming profiteers off easy. Daily update. Web novel, 2 chapters per day. Patreon, 10 chapters per day. If you wish to read advanced chapters ahead of the regular schedule, you can visit my Patreon. patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The Brawler, one slap sends him flying. 1,478 words. Their conversation ended, and they continued walking through the streets. By the time they reached a rather secluded spot, Ronan suddenly came to a stop. The bustle around them gradually faded into the distance, replaced by an eerie stillness, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. He turned to face a narrow alley at the end of the road, his gaze sharp and steady, and called out with easy confidence. Come on out. No use hiding, I've already seen you. Are you all part of the same group? He activated X-ray vision. 3 men. 2 women. He nodded lightly. Not bad. You've got some nerve, you're not locals, are you? Following us, is it about money? Hearing this, Frieren's fine brows knit together slightly. She followed Ronan's gaze, her eyes wary, though she stayed silent. In truth, she'd already sensed the enemy's presence a moment ago and had been about to act, but Ronan had stopped her with nothing more than a subtle look. That look seemed to say something like, too many people around, hard to hold back once a fight breaks out. Right at that moment. Heh. Before the thought fully settled in Frieren's mind, a cold chuckle suddenly rang out from the end of the street. A hulking, muscular man stepped unhurriedly out of the alley. His upper body was bare, his solid muscles gleaming bronze under the sunlight, crisscrossed with old scars. Just one glance was enough to make Frieren's chest tighten. A frighteningly strong human, a warrior. Ronan arched an eyebrow, the question slipping out as if he were simply asking for the man's occupation. No. The man shook his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful smirk. A brawler. With that, he raised a hand and clenched his fist tightly. Creak. The metal knuckle duster on his hand flashed with a blinding glint under the sunlight. He paused for a moment, refocusing his gaze, fixing it firmly on Ronan and Frieren, his tone dripping with provocation. Don't lump me together with those sword swingers. Fist meeting flesh, that's a real man's romance. You've got sharp senses, kid, spotting our whole lineup from this far away. Too bad none of that matters in the face of real strength. You're a mage, aren't you? And so is that elf beside you. Heh. He crossed his arms, seemingly recalling something from the past, grinning smugly. There's nothing I fear less than mags. Back at the ruins just now, I already took down more than 3 of them myself. Now then, why don't you hand over your money, and that batch of magic tools too? To think you'd have the nerve to snatch up something our savage beast adventuring party had already staked a claim on. Gotta hand it to you, you've got some serious guts. Ronan fell silent, an inward sigh of exasperation rising in him. What did he mean, staked a claim on? A robbery was a robbery, no need to dress it up so grandly. He rubbed his forehead lightly, looking rather helpless, then raised his eyes. I think I understand now. This so-called savage beast adventuring party is really just a band of bandits. And you, the brawler, must be their leader. May I ask, what exactly gave you the confidence to think you could rob us? You already know how much money we're carrying, aren't you worried about what might come after, once word gets out? After all, you just went and announced your party's name yourself. At these words, the man froze for a moment. That was true, wasn't it? Why had he even said that out loud? Wait, no. He was getting sidetracked. The reason he dared do this in the first place was because he wasn't afraid of retaliation, he'd simply kill everyone involved afterward and leave no witnesses. That was exactly why he'd brought his whole crew along for this. Snapping out of it, his gaze turned cold, fixed on Ronan, his voice dripping with menace. You sure talk a lot. Don't worry, you won't be getting any chances after this. I've changed my mind. Not just you, that elf woman beside you isn't getting away from here either. I want the money, and I want her too. As he spoke, he took a step forward, a greedy grin spreading across his face. I've never had a taste of elf before. The moment his words fell, a barrier spell suddenly unfurled behind him, a colorless film of light sweeping over the entire area, sealing it off completely. Thud, thud amid a chaotic patter of footsteps, 4 more men and women, dressed in various styles, emerged from behind the hulking man. Their faces all carried the same look of vicious greed, their eyes gleaming with the certainty of prey already caught. The fight was about to break out. Ronan sighed. You could have just said that from the start. That was all he needed to hear. Because as long as the man was properly provoked, Ronan could afford to go a little harder on him without anyone questioning it. After all, with Frieren right beside him, he still had to be mindful of the impression he left. Frieren, leave the rest to me. By the way, what exactly is a brawler, anyway? The instant the words left his mouth, the brawler had already closed the distance, right in front of Ronan. Hearing Ronan's remark, his expression twisted even uglier, and he swung with everything he had. Whoosh! The air exploded with a deafening crack, as though space itself had split apart. He'd once used this exact move to effortlessly slay a full-grown dragon that was precisely the source of his confidence. They were both outsiders anyway, killing them wouldn't matter much. A few thousand gold coins would set him up comfortably for over a decade. This would be his last job before retiring for good. Behind him, several of the brawler's companions wore expressions that all but screamed this one's in the bag. Because, in their long-held understanding, mags were nothing but frail, delicate types with barely any physical strength to speak of. At this closer range, even casting a defensive spell wouldn't be fast enough. They could practically already picture Ronan's head bursting apart, their eyes lit up with excitement. But the next second, boom! A powerful punch, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds of force, struck Ronan's forehead squarely, like a cannonball finding its mark. A visible shockwave of air burst outward around them. But Ronan merely gave his head a light shake, as though brushing off an itch. Then, without a trace of concern, he casually brushed away the man's fist as large as a sandbag, as though flicking off a few insignificant specks of dust. Right after, Ronan's gaze slowly shifted away from Frieren, meeting the brawler's utterly stunned, disbelieving stare, and he remarked offhandedly, "Hey, you do know it's incredibly rude to interrupt someone while they're talking, right? Are you done attacking? Chem, pretty underwhelming. Did you skip breakfast or something? You." The brawler was about to snap back, but suddenly froze in place. By all rights, after hearing this, he should have flown into a rage and unleashed a frenzy of attacks. And yet, in this moment, once it finally registered, he looked as though he'd seen a ghost. What was going on? His full-power punch hadn't so much as ruffled a single hair on this man. Was this guy even human? Even with some kind of legendary armor, there was no way to completely negate that much impact force. An illusion, it had to be an illusion. He punched again. Then again. And again. Every strike felt like hitting solid steel. His signature move, the very punch that had once killed a full-grown dragon, felt like nothing more than a light tickle against Ronan, utterly useless. In an instant, realization dawned on him. He'd run into some kind of hidden master, someone playing the fool to lure in prey. In that single instant, panic completely consumed his mind. You. His words came out in broken stutters, as though he'd lost the ability to speak entirely. What about me? Ronan sighed. Looks like you're done. He raised one hand. Smack. The brawler vanished into the distance like a cannonball, sent flying dozens of meters away in an instant. Only then did he turn his attention to the 4 remaining figures behind the brawler. Beside him, Frieren froze at the sight, utterly stunned. Her right hand, halfway through summoning her staff, hung frozen in midair, her face full of shock. Wait, what just happened? How had their opponent lost, just like that? The fight had ended before she'd even realized it had begun. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 20 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 12, Scum Don't Deserve Pity, cremated on the spot. 1,199 words. Boss, are you okay? Boss. At that moment, it wasn't just Frieren who was stunned, the brawler's remaining companions were equally shell-shocked. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around how things had spiraled into something this shocking. They certainly hadn't signed up to play some throwaway villain role in someone else's hero saves the damsel story. Among the group, a man who looked like a thief gritted his teeth. A dagger hung at his waist, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Torn between checking on his boss's condition and wanting to avenge him on the spot. As far as he was concerned, the boss getting sent flying with a single hit didn't prove much. The opponent was probably just stronger, his muscles a bit tougher, that was all. Besides, he thought to himself, aside from Ronan, there was still one more target up ahead. A woman. Delicate looking. So. Swish. He surged forward in a blur, wind whipping around his frame, his eyes locked tightly on Ronan while keeping careful watch on Frieren beside him. He'd figured he could land the strike in a single blow. But then. Snap. The instant the dagger closed in, Ronan seized the thief's wrist directly. Crack. Not bothering to waste words on him, a sickening crunch of bone rang out, and the thief let out a stifled groan of pain right on the spot. Having his bones crushed inch by inch was a kind of pain no ordinary person could withstand. And yet, even suffering through that excruciating agony, he refused to give up his attack. The dagger slipped free, caught by his other hand. Gripping it tight, he thrust forward viciously. TCH. Ronan clicked his tongue softly at the sight. This guy. He honestly wasn't sure what to say, faced with such an overwhelming gap in strength, and the man still refused to back down. It seemed his past experiences had inflated his confidence beyond reason. Well, whatever. Though he felt nothing toward these men, and the attack couldn't have hurt him anyway, once was enough to confirm his immunity to damage. Ronan flicked a finger. Crack. The dagger shattered into countless fragments. Amid the scattering shards, a flash of pure shock crossed the thief's eyes. The next second. Goodbye. A vicious kick lashed out. Boom. The thief went flying sideways on the spot, his body sailing through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing straight into the rest of his companions. At the same time, a spray of blood mist erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Seeing this, Ronan shook his head lightly. Out of sight, out of mind. Snap. Invisible heat swept across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, flesh, blood, and clothing alike burned down to ash, taking even the bloodstains on the ground with them. A breeze blew through, leaving only the faintest trace of a bloody scent lingering in the air. Nothing else remained. No. To be precise, there was still one. Not far off, in a pool of blood. The brawler, who'd been half unconscious until now, heard the commotion and slowly opened his eyes. As his gaze swept across his surroundings and he saw that not a single one of his companions had survived, his mind went completely blank. What the hell? What in the world? His heart was consumed with terror and shock. He never could have imagined that a simple robbery would end in something this horrifying. Did any of this make sense? He had no idea. All he knew was that he was finished. But some faint hope still lingered in him, because he noticed Ronan didn't seem to have paid him any attention. So he held his breath, took a deep gulp of air, and, fighting through the searing pain in his body, tried to control his own muscles to stop the bleeding, playing dead. Looking over the scene before him, Ronan had originally intended to turn and leave with Frieren. But just then, his gaze flicked slightly toward a corner. The next second, a pebble on the ground lifted into the air at his silent command, and with a light brush of his palm, he sent it hurtling toward that spot. Whoosh! The pebble shot forward like a bullet leaving its chamber. It struck nothing. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out abruptly. Clearly. Someone was there. Come on out. SHHK. A man in heavy armor slowly emerged from thin air, as though materializing out of nothing, like a ghost. Visible to the naked eye, a hole had appeared in his armor, clean and smooth around the edges. Through the hole, one could clearly see straight through to the other side. And the size of the hole matched almost exactly with the pebble Ronan had just thrown. Frieren's brow furrowed slightly. Such remarkable concealment ability. Was it magic? Or was it something else? Ronan stared straight at the man and asked, "Who are you? Why were you hiding there spying on us? Are you with them? Or are you a bandit too?" A bandit? The armored man let out a bitter chuckle. He lowered his head, glancing at the gruesome wound piercing through his own body, his tone betraying an unmistakable note of wariness. "You misunderstand, my lord. I wasn't hiding here on purpose. I'm the captain of the guard serving under Viscount Marco, the lord of this territory. Earlier, at the grain market, I happened to overhear your conversation with this lady, and chose to follow at a distance. I never expected." He paused briefly, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "My deepest apologies. I never imagined criminals like these still operated within Lord Marco's own lands. This is a failure on our part, plain and simple. You and this lady were put through quite a scare because of it. I'll report the full truth to Lord Marco afterward and see that you're properly compensated. For now, if you would, please hand their ringleader over to me." Because Ronan had moved so quickly, the man hadn't even had a chance to intervene before the bandits were nearly all dead. In theory, this kind of violence was strictly forbidden within town limits. Otherwise, the bandits wouldn't have needed to erect a barrier in the first place. But given just how overwhelming Ronan's strength had proven to be, the man couldn't gauge where he stood, and chose to yield rather than press the issue. Their ringleader? Hearing this, Ronan instinctively glanced over toward the brawler nearby. He'd been about to ask what kind of compensation he might receive, but at that moment, the brawler overheard the captain's words and immediately realized things had taken a turn for the worse. Falling into official hands, that was as good as a death sentence. Given everything he'd done today, it would be either death by 1,000 cuts or outright beheading. There was no time to think it through. Without even pausing to steady his breathing, he forced himself through the pain and scrambled up off the ground in an instant, sprinting desperately toward the city gates. "Want to read ahead?" Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 20 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 13, 20 times speed hack, teleport. 831 words. Achem. Ronan suddenly noticed the brawler leap up from the ground and bolt in a panic. Just one glance was enough to tell him the old bastard had been faking it the whole time. Seeing this, the captain of the guard immediately grew restless. Not wanting to let his catch slip away, he called out to Ronan at once, signaling that he was going to handle it himself. Only by doing so could he guarantee the brawler's safety. With this many people already dead, if he had no one to pin the blame on, he'd have no way to explain himself to his superiors. Whoosh! He drew the long sword at his back and gave chase after the brawler. His armor seemed to possess some kind of special function, and within a few breaths, he'd closed the distance and caught up. The two of them immediately locked into combat. Ronan crossed his arms, quietly watching the fight unfold. He'd assumed the two would be fairly evenly matched, but to his surprise, the fight turned out to be completely one-sided. The captain was being thoroughly overwhelmed by the brawler. The captain slashed downward. The brawler slipped inside the blade's reach. Boom! Another dent bloomed across the captain's breastplate. Meanwhile, whenever the captain's long sword came close to landing a hit, the brawler would deflect it off course with a precisely timed hook, never letting the blade so much as graze him. So this is the difference between a warrior and a boxer. Ronan's brow furrowed slightly, and he shook his head lightly, marveling at how different reality was from a game. In close-quarters combat, the longer the weapon, the harder it was to land a hit, and the more restrictions it imposed. As he mulled this over, perhaps spurred on by sheer desperation, the brawler's ferocity surged, and the captain was quickly overwhelmed. His long sword snapped clean in two, and he ended up on his knees, in a pitiful state. Seeing this, Ronan turned to Frieren and said, "I'll be right back." With that, a powerful aura suddenly surged up around him, the air itself seeming to grow heavy with pressure. 20 times speed hack activated. Boom! The ground cratered beneath his feet, dust and grit exploding outward in every direction. Ronan was simply gone. To Frieren, watching from where she stood, it looked exactly like teleportation. The burning from before, she could at least explain with magic, but this. She stared after him, a flicker of confusion and astonishment crossing her eyes. Before the afterimage in her vision had even finished fading. Boom! The brawler was already embedded in the wall. A human-shaped indentation had bloomed across the stone under the force of the impact, the entire exchange taking less than a second. In the lingering afterimage of her vision, she could still make out the shadow of Ronan standing right in front of her. Some time later. Well, still not dead. Should be enough for you to report back with. Ronan returned with the barely recognizable brawler in tow, bringing the captain along with him as well. Cough, cough. The captain knelt on the ground, coughing without pause, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he wasn't lightly injured. He'd never imagined the brawler would turn out to be that formidable. Seeing him sent flying with a single slap from Ronan, he'd assumed the man was some kind of pushover. And yet... Hey, what was that compensation you mentioned earlier? Ronan lowered his head, looking at the captain, his words cutting through the man's tangled thoughts. The captain took a moment to steady himself, and though a lingering trace of fear still remained in his heart, he nodded repeatedly. "I'll need to ask Lord Viscount about the specifics, but rest assured, you won't be disappointed." He paused, then asked carefully, "May I ask what it is you'd like?" Though the captain assumed someone as powerful as Ronan surely had no interest in anything a lowly person like himself could offer, it occurred to him that the elf girl beside him might have some need of her own. A moment later, Ronan's own words confirmed his suspicion. "Do you have any grimoires? Something out of the ordinary? To be honest with you, I've been collecting rare spells that are hard to find on the market. If you happen to come across any, please buy them up and pass them along to me. I'll pay whatever price is fair." Ronan had no shortage of material wealth, he was simply using this opportunity to make up for his lack of connections in this world. Besides, the more spells he collected, the more convincingly he could attribute any ability he displayed later on to magic. After all, imagination was limitless, and that, in fact, was exactly the goal he intended to pursue going forward. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 30 on my Patreon. patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Gifts of Gratitude. 1,509 words. Time flew by swiftly. Having just weathered a brief skirmish back in the alley, Ronan and Frieren now walked at an unhurried pace, following the captain out of the narrow passage. As they walked, Ronan chatted casually with the captain, and through their conversation, he learned the man's name was Martin. He turned out to be the nephew of Viscount Marco, the lord of this territory. Though his own combat ability wasn't particularly impressive, having such a well-connected uncle still afforded him a certain standing in the local community. The armor he wore was a magic tool, and his weapon had been forged from dwarven mithril. Dealing with a few common thugs was normally child's play for him. Yet today, he'd suffered a complete rout, his armor beaten to ruins, his weapon snapped clean in two. Even so, despite everything that had happened, Ronan noticed the man's expression showed no particular trace of sorrow. Before long, Ronan understood exactly why. The armor could repair itself. In a mere 10 minutes, every dent and crack had mended back to its original state, without leaving so much as a trace that any battle had ever taken place. Seeing this, Ronan fell into thought, musing quietly to himself. Seems like magic tools are more impressive than I gave them credit for. Not sure if this one's a special case, but it's clearly high-end stuff. Stealth. Enhanced speed. Self-repair. Quite the all-rounder. As for the ones I bought earlier, let's hope 6,000 gold coins worth doesn't disappoint me. Ronan planned to have them properly appraised once he got back. It was too inconvenient to do here. There was no telling how greedy the Viscount might turn out to be, once he got a look at real wealth. Better not to tempt fate. People had betrayed one another over far less. At the thought, Ronan gradually let his mind settle. Before long, following Martin, he arrived at Viscount Marco's grand, imposing estate. Whether word had somehow reached him ahead of time or not, Viscount Marco was already standing outside the estate with an attendant at his side. Judging by his posture, the middle-aged man before them, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, appearing to be in his 40s, had to be Viscount Marco himself. Unlike the typical pampered, portly nobility one might expect, Viscount Marco's body was clearly well-muscled, his taut frame filling out the finely tailored noble attire he wore. The man carried himself with a fierce, almost predatory presence. So, it seemed the nobility here weren't all just idle gluttons living off their wealth. Lord Ronan, if you'd please wait just a moment. Martin came to a stop, giving Ronan a respectful nod, then stepped forward and murmured a few words into Viscount Marco's ear. It wasn't clear what exactly he said, but the expression on Viscount Marco's face shifted noticeably. The stern look he'd worn gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of confusion. His gaze also flicked briefly, discreetly, toward Ronan. That look seemed to say, "Are you serious?" Martin nodded. Absolutely certain. Seeing this, Viscount Marco took a deep breath and strode forward, his expression flipping as quickly as turning a page, instantly filling with warm, welcoming smiles. "I never imagined that Lord Ronan and Lady Frieren themselves would grace my humble estate today. Truly, you honor this house." He rattled off a string of flattering remarks, then, with the utmost enthusiasm, personally ushered Ronan and Frieren into the estate. The attendant standing nearby watched, utterly dumbfounded. Having served his lord for many years, he'd never once seen him behave with such humility. Even when meeting a certain earl once before, his lord had kept things brief and dignified, maintaining his proper composure throughout. Not like this, practically throwing his own pride to the ground, going to every possible length to flatter these two guests. Could they be some kind of royalty? The attendant could only guess. Meanwhile, Frieren found herself equally puzzled. Walking through the estate grounds, she took in the flowers and plants around her, when out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Ronan beside her. In that instant, her eyes lit up. As though she'd figured something out. Was it because of his strength? Or was it because of his status? She couldn't quite tell. Frieren's discreet, watchful gaze didn't escape Ronan's notice. He instinctively turned his head, only to see Frieren swiftly averting her eyes at the exact same moment, feigning indifference. The two of them continued walking briskly in silence. From the way their gazes kept slipping past each other, it was clear both had plenty they wanted to say, and yet, in that very moment, both chose to say nothing at all. "If the two of you would." Up ahead, Viscount Marco was rattling on endlessly about the estate's layout. But Ronan's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of what was to come, leaving him with little attention to spare for the man's chatter. By the time they crossed through the courtyard, entered the main building, and reached a lavishly decorated sitting room, Ronan and Frieren settled onto a set of plush sofas. Before long, several well-trained servants came forward to attend to them. Steaming cups of black tea were set before them, giving off an inviting aroma. Ronan took a sip. Perhaps because Martin had already relayed his request to the Viscount beforehand. The moment Viscount Marco returned, he hurried straight to his study, and moments later emerged with a grimoire in hand. "I'm afraid I have little worth offering, but I hope the two of you won't mind. My deepest thanks for saving my nephew." Viscount Marco took a seat across from Ronan, his tone outwardly gentle, yet carrying a faint, barely perceptible edge of nervousness. He solemnly held out the grimoire to Ronan. "I understand Lord Ronan has been collecting rare spells, is that correct? As it happens, I have one here myself. It's hardly worth mentioning, but I do hope you won't turn your nose up at it. There will be further gifts of gratitude to follow as well." In truth, when his nephew had first told him that Ronan was some kind of powerful figure out experiencing life among the common folk, Viscount Marco hadn't believed a word of it. As far as he was concerned, with the demon race practically at their doorstep and tensions running this high, no truly powerful figure would have the leisure to do something like that. But his nephew's unwavering conviction, even staking his own life on the truth of it, had left Viscount Marco with little choice but to hesitate. In the end, he'd decided there was no harm in testing the waters after all, his own life was on the line here. If he took it lightly and let his guard down, it would be himself and his entire family who paid the price in the end. And so, if he was to treat Ronan as a genuinely powerful figure, then this gift of gratitude became a matter of the utmost importance. Offering money outright was clearly out of the question, far too crude, utterly unbefitting someone of Ronan's supposed stature, and there was no telling whether the man even needed it in the first place. After turning it over in his mind, he'd concluded that the grimoire his nephew had mentioned was the most fitting choice. Viscount Marco figured that a powerful figure like Ronan surely wasn't lacking for grimoires of his own. And yet, if the man had specifically requested one, contradictory as it seemed, there had to be some reason behind it. Taking the elf at his side into account. Perhaps this was merely a pretext. The real purpose, he reasoned, was to collect treasures through adventuring, then quietly pass them on to the elf, a way of nurturing both her strength and their relationship, all at once. Something like some sort of companion-raising game. Honestly, in all his years alive, this was the first time he'd ever come across something like this. He couldn't help but marvel, people of true power really did know how to enjoy themselves. These days, apparently, not even elves were safe from that kind of attention. Still, thinking it over, there didn't seem to be any real harm in it, since the elf genuinely was growing stronger because of it. No need to call it out. If the man wanted to play this particular game, so be it. Compared to someone like Lord Ronan, his own task now was simple: make sure the man enjoyed himself to the fullest. With an inward sigh, Viscount Marco felt a faint pang of melancholy settle over him. Watching Ronan take the grimoire, glance at it only briefly, and immediately hand it over to Frieren beside him, Viscount Marco thought to himself, quietly satisfied his suspicions had been right after all. Good thing he'd exercised such caution and made the right call. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 30 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 15, Human Body Enhancement Magic. 1,522 words. A spell that greatly enhances dynamic vision? Ronan had no idea what Viscount Marco was thinking. He mulled over the contents of the book, his expression calm but thoughtful. Greatly enhanced dynamic vision. Was it overpowered? Not particularly. In simple terms, it just enhanced one's ability to perceive the trajectory of moving objects, allowing for faster evasion of attacks. Ronan clearly remembered a comic he'd read years ago that had a scene just like this. The apocalypse had struck, zombies roamed everywhere, and the protagonist injected himself with a human enhancement serum. Stepping outside, he could clearly track the trajectory of every single raindrop as it fell. Back then, Ronan had thought that scene was incredibly impressive. If he could see tens of thousands of individual raindrops, surely fighting off zombies would be a breeze. And yet, in the story that followed, whenever the fight was unwinnable, it remained unwinnable. Because the human body had its limits, and that limit was the threshold at which dynamic vision could actually be put to use. Being able to see a pistol bullet and dodge it didn't mean you could dodge a sniper round. Which was exactly why breaking past that limit mattered so much. And as things stood now, Ronan wasn't bound by that kind of limit at all. In other words, this spell might as well have been custom-made for him. It could push his current advantages to their absolute peak. Ronan sat upright on the sofa, his eyes lowered, his expression outwardly calm as he considered how this kind of spell might pair remarkably well with high-speed movement. Just now, 20 times speed had already been pushing the limits of his reaction time, and beyond that lay 30 times, 50 times, 100 times speed. Leaving dynamic vision unused, sitting idle in his ability roster, would be a genuine waste when he thought about it. What kind of spell is this? Frieren glanced at the grimoire as well, but with so much text packed into it, she couldn't make sense of it right away. Ronan answered offhandedly. By classification, it falls under human body enhancement magic, similar to the buff spells used by clerics, though the underlying mechanism works differently. It has a noticeable effect on mags and warriors alike, among other classes. With that, he raised his eyes to look at Viscount Marco. I didn't expect your household to have such a rare piece in its collection. I'm quite pleased with this gift. Oh, please, there's no need for such formal titles with me. You're the man who saved my nephew's life. Viscount Marco waved his hands repeatedly, genuinely uneasy at being addressed with such deference. It wasn't only because of Ronan's supposedly hidden status, he was even more struck by the sheer speed with which the man had passed the spell. It was astonishing. He'd shown this kind of spell to others before, and even some first-rate mags had needed a full minute just to work through its contents. Compared to the single glance Ronan had given it. Unless he'd already studied this exact spell before, his magical attainment had to run far deeper than Marco had ever imagined. Viscount Marco took a deep breath, steadying his emotions for a moment, then continued after a brief pause. I'm glad it pleases you. Just as you said, this is indeed a human body enhancement spell, one that strengthens the eyes specifically. Throughout history, the eyes have always been the single most vital organ in combat against an enemy. Countless soldiers on the battlefield have lost their lives simply because they failed to see an attack coming in time. But with this, one's combat ability improves dramatically. Attacks that were once impossible to dodge can now be avoided. Elves can use it too. The effect lasts 10 minutes. Of course, Viscount Marco's reason for gifting this particular grimoire wasn't purely gratitude, it was also a calculated attempt to win favor by appealing to Frieren, the elf at Ronan's side. No one who rose to the rank of nobility got there by being a fool. Even the flattery he was offering now carried a hint of careful testing. He couldn't take his nephew's words entirely at face value. But given how things had unfolded so far, watching Ronan's every move closely, he'd come to believe them at least 70 or 80%. Ronan nodded. Elves can use it too, that's convenient. 10 minutes should be plenty. He was every bit as sharp as the Viscount, and had seen through the man's little calculations at a single glance. He understood exactly why this particular spell had been chosen as a gift. That captain, Martin, must have told him something. The man's oddly deferential behavior clearly stemmed from whatever had been said. Probably told him I'm someone dangerous, not to be crossed. People bowing to strength, of course, even nobility isn't immune to that. Ronan mused to himself, though he'd more or less expected as much. Still, seeing a nobleman, someone who normally held the power of life and death over others, acting this cautious, this deferential in front of him. A strange, indescribable pleasure rippled quietly through his chest all the same. This was what it felt like to be respected by others. None of it belonged to him, though. It all came from Fengling Yuying. Without it, he'd be nothing more than a talented novice mage. Not even a match for Frieren. So, he still needed to grow stronger. Only by getting his baseline self to even a tenth of the strength he had with the cheats active could he truly stand on his own in this world. That way, even if the cheats vanished one day, he'd still be able to live freely and without worry. While Ronan sank into these thoughts, Viscount Marco carried on talking about the current state of the city, entirely unaware his guest's mind had wandered elsewhere. It wasn't until Frieren gently patted the back of his hand that the soft touch pulled him back to reality. "Sorry, where were we?" Ronan asked. Viscount Marco froze for a moment, mistakenly assuming his own rambling had bored the man, and hurriedly said, "I was speaking about the food market issue you brought up earlier. To be honest, my own thoughts on the matter happen to align with yours. It's just that I don't have sufficient funds to raise grain prices enough to attract merchants from other regions." "How much would you need?" Ronan asked directly. Given that Viscount Marco had just presented him with such a generous gift, it wouldn't do to be stingy in return. As for whether flaunting his wealth might invite unwanted attention, times were different now. Under the current circumstances, the more money he was willing to throw around, the more respect he'd earn from Viscount Marco, since it signified a status whose depths couldn't be measured. Hearing Ronan's confident tone, as if he could buy out the entire grain market without blinking, Viscount Marco hesitated for a moment, a flicker of testing calculation crossing his eyes. He bit his lip slightly, then carefully named a figure. 5,000 gold coins. My family, the Millers, can contribute around 2,000 of that. The remaining 3,000. Viscount Marco's full name was Marco Miller. His family had a 200-year lineage, making them an old, established noble house. Even so, without cutting into the family's core resources, 2,000 gold coins was about the most he could spare. Asking Ronan to cover the remaining 3,000 all at once felt, to Marco, like he might be overstepping. Though the investment would eventually pay for itself, given the immeasurable value of a reopened trade route, there was no telling exactly how long that might take. He'd already braced himself for the possibility of walking away empty-handed. And yet, 3,000? Ronan shook his head. "Forget splitting it. I'll cover the full 5,000. But I do have one condition." His expression remained composed. He clasped his hands together, leaning forward slightly, his gaze steady and open as he looked at Viscount Marco. "On my way here, I saw a statue of you in the town square. How about you put one up for us too?" He paused briefly, a hint of insight flickering in his eyes. "The reason you're doing all this is probably to raise your own standing, isn't it? Nobles rarely acted without an eye toward power, reputation, or profit, especially when it came to committing large sums of money. When it came to men like Marco, Ronan doubted anyone in that position would part with thousands of gold coins without expecting something in return. After all, not everyone could treat gold coins as worthless as dirt, the way he did. Taking into account the man's status as both noble and territorial lord, Ronan, drawing on novels he'd read in his past life, guessed that Viscount Marco was probably angling for further advancement in his career. Public goodwill was, after all, a valuable currency of its own. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 40 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 16, Raising the Statue. 1,662 words. Viscount Marco chuckled softly and didn't directly respond to Ronan's remark. Some things were better left unspoken between two people who already understood each other. With their conversation finished, and a few matters still left unattended to, the two of them decided to stay a while longer. As for the grain, there was no rush. Plenty of time left. A delay of 2 or 3 days before heading back wouldn't hurt. Still, not wanting to leave the village chief worried, or worse, giving him the impression he'd run off with Frieren, Ronan made a point of bringing her back for a brief visit that afternoon. The chief was overjoyed to see them. Though he did feel some concern about Frieren staying in a human town, given that Ronan was the hero, he decided to simply let things be. By evening, the two of them had returned once more to Viscount Marco's estate. Yes, exactly, Lord Ronan, that expression right there. Please, hold that pose. Inside a quiet room, the rhythmic clang of metal being worked rang out steadily. Viscount Marco watched Ronan hold his pose, showering him with praise, then turned to Frieren, who was posing as well, and added, "Lady Frieren, you look absolutely lovely as well. I have no doubt that before long, the names and likenesses of you both will spread throughout this entire city. On behalf of the countless people of this land, I thank you both." Frieren let out a yawn, growing a little drowsy, entirely indifferent to Viscount Marco's flattery. If it weren't for this statue business, she'd probably have already gone home to sleep. A long, tiring day. Honestly, why did Ronan even want a statue built in the first place? She couldn't for the life of her understand what purpose it served, or what it had to do with her. Ronan had paid for everything, Ronan had handled everything, she was really just tagging along for the ride. Squinting slightly, she studied Ronan for a moment, but before long, under the sculptor's prompting, she settled back into her usual detached expression. Before long, the rough outline of the statue was finished. By then, night had fallen, and the remaining details would have to wait until the next day. At that point, a servant came to see them properly settled into two adjoining rooms. Before opening the door, Frieren suddenly turned to look at Ronan and asked, "Does the statue actually mean anything? Why did you have to include me in it? You know full well, as an elf, I couldn't care less about that kind of empty honor. You might not care, but others do. There has to be a proper reason for it, at least on the surface." Ronan rested a hand on the door handle, the light falling across him from the side, and spoke slowly. "We're not doing charity work here. Naturally, we should accept some form of compensation. To them, this compensation is nothing at all, so why not take it? Besides, this also serves as a bit of a morale boost for humanity. You've probably heard the demon race has been growing more aggressive nearby. If a statue of you exists, it might even help deter the demon race somewhat, because to others, it stands as a symbol of unity between elves and humans." "Of course," Ronan continued, slowly releasing his grip on the door handle, his gaze open and steady as he looked at Frieren. "If you feel this crosses a line, I can have the sculptors stop tomorrow. This was just an experiment, nothing more." Whatever Frieren might think of it, Ronan genuinely wanted to experience what it felt like to be remembered by others, just once. It would stand as proof of his own existence, proof that everything happening to him wasn't just some dream. Besides, Ronan was, at the end of the day, an ordinary man with ordinary desires. His earlier low profile had simply been the path of least resistance, since he'd never been to a human town before and hadn't wanted to attract unnecessary trouble. Even the richest man in the world wouldn't flaunt his wealth every single day. But neither would he spend his entire life pretending to be poor. Ronan preferred something in between, a life that was neither too exhausting nor too idle. As an elf, Frieren naturally found it difficult to grasp this kind of human thinking. She looked at Ronan quietly, suddenly feeling as though she couldn't quite see through him. Humans really were complicated creatures. To truly understand them, she supposed, might take her several more decades, perhaps even a century or more of contact. She had no idea how many years Ronan might have left to live. She could only hope that he'd live a long, healthy life, all the way to a peaceful natural end. With a sigh, the two of them closed their doors. Frieren leaned back against hers. Without quite realizing it, in some quiet corner of her heart she hadn't noticed, a faint spark of interest in humans had begun to take root. Something she'd never once felt before. At the same time, in the interrogation chamber, "Did you find anything out?" Viscount Marco's low, hollow voice echoed through the dim room. He looked at his nephew, brow furrowed, and asked, what exactly possessed that band of adventurers to attack Lord Ronan? "Are they out of their minds?" Martin had only chosen to follow Ronan because he'd overheard the conversation between him and Frieren at the grain market. So he had no idea whatsoever about the two of them purchasing the magic tools beforehand. Now, having personally extracted the information from the brawler under interrogation, His expression had turned distinctly complicated. He glanced around warily, making sure no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice. "Uncle, I found out, but I'm not entirely sure how reliable this information is. According to what he told me, the reason they targeted Lord Ronan was because he'd spent an extravagant 6,000 gold coins buying up a batch of magic tools. Men like them, living day to day on the edge of a blade, you know how it is, they'll do anything for money. 6,000 gold coins. That's on par with an ordinary earl's entire fortune. If it were me, I'm not sure I could have resisted the temptation either. Not to mention, this particular group was made up entirely of elite adventurers. So, what do you think?" His voice had dropped so low it sounded as though he were confessing to some shameful deed. Viscount Marco's face darkened, and without warning, he swung a hand and slapped him. Smack. "What do I think? Do you take me for some brainless fool? If the man could pull out 6,000 gold coins without blinking, don't you think that already tells you plenty about who he really is? Let me tell you something, 6,000 gold coins is far from all he has. Just today, he pulled out another 5,000 gold coins to team up with me on fixing the grain market. 11,000 gold coins, all told. What kind of scale is that? Even an earl with 100 years of lineage might not be as wealthy as he is. And that's likely just the tip of the iceberg of what is actually worth." He took a deep breath, a flicker of absolute certainty flashing in his eyes. "Just as I suspected. He has to be one of those few figures standing at the very pinnacle of this continent. So," Viscount Marco's tone grew firmer, "don't you ever bring up hiring adventurers to ambush him on the road home again, understand? And don't even think about mentioning poison. If anything were to actually happen to him, our entire family's lives combined wouldn't be enough to cover what he'd do to us in return." Martin blinked in confusion. Had he ever suggested such a thing? He couldn't recall saying a single word about an ambush, or poison, or any of it. He was left stunned by the slap, but he quickly composed himself and hurried to take full responsibility for everything anyway. The Viscount was beyond reproach. The Viscount would never harbor such dark, scheming thoughts. All of this was clearly his own failing. As the nephew, to have entertained such thoughts at all was already an unforgivable mistake. Smack. Just as Martin began slapping himself across the face, Viscount Marco coughed twice and abruptly stopped him. "Enough. That's enough. It's good that you recognize your mistake. I'll handle the rest from here. Remember, this matter is to be kept in the strictest confidence. Under no circumstances is a third party to learn of it. Lord Ronan gracing our Miller family with his presence is an honor beyond measure. We absolutely cannot afford to treat such a distinguished guest with anything less than the utmost respect. Starting tomorrow, I won't be able to show my face much, since I'll be busy preparing a proper gift of gratitude. This concerns the very future of our Miller family. You'll act as his guide in the meantime. Whatever he wants, you make sure he gets it. If you run into anything you can't handle, come find me. Understood?" Viscount Marco's instructions went on at considerable length, as though he wanted every possible detail accounted for, handled to absolute perfection. Martin nodded in understanding, his resolve firm, ready to see this through no matter the cost. "Yes, I understand, Uncle. I'll make certain they're both fully satisfied." "Good. I'll be counting on you." Viscount Marco gave a slight nod, a smile spreading back across his face, a stark contrast to the fury he'd shown just moments before. It was as though he could already glimpse a future of prosperity and glory awaiting his family. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 40 on my Patreon. patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The Hall, 23 Magic Tools. 1,481 words. The next day. The sky had barely begun to lighten when Ronan and Frieren were already seated together in one of the rooms, each lost in their own thoughts. Frieren hadn't slept particularly well the night before. First thing in the morning, she'd knocked on Ronan's door, bringing along the magic tools they'd purchased the day before, eager to start sorting through them. For Frieren, the one thing that could genuinely make her happy was, more than anything, discovering rare magical items. Even if she might never actually get to use them. Let's begin. Frieren's expression grew focused, her eyes fixed on the moss-covered magic tool in front of her. She reached out and gently picked one up. As magic power stirred within it, the moss flaked away bit by bit, gradually revealing a gleaming golden surface underneath. It was a bell. She didn't shake it, since she already knew, without needing to test it, that this was some kind of sound-based magic tool. She still had no idea what it actually did, and if it turned out to be lethal in some way, that could be a real problem. She set the bell down gently on the floor and reached for the second item. On the other side, though Ronan was encountering this kind of thing for the first time, he followed Frieren's lead, doing much the same. Before long, a golden bell, a large one this time, appeared before him. Seeing the golden bell alongside the earlier golden handbell, Ronan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He had to admit, the color scheme was undeniably tacky, though in this era, it seemed to be perfectly normal. Set it down, move on, it felt a bit like scratching off a lottery ticket. The third item was a hollow wooden staff inlaid with gemstones. Since wood itself wasn't particularly resistant to decay, even if it happened to be a special kind of wood, after 1300 years of wear, it had rotted into an unrecognizable state. Once cleared away, all that remained usable was the gemstone. Frieren examined it for a moment, then handed it over to Ronan. Here, take this one. It's an essential component for crafting a wand. If I remember right, you don't have a wand of your own. I'm not sure if you need one, but a gem of this quality for channeling magic power is genuinely rare. It could save you about 1,000 gold coins. If you sold it. Well, that works too, but I doubt you're short on money. Indeed, after spending these past few days together, Ronan had picked up a fair bit of knowledge about wands. A wand, when you got down to it, was really just a stick. Though the stick itself mattered, certain special woods could channel magic power, it was nowhere near as important as the gemstone bound to it. A gemstone of excellent quality could reduce magic power loss by over 90%. Frieren didn't own one herself, since they were far too expensive. In the entire village, only the chief possessed one. But even the gemstone the chief owned could only cut losses by around 30% or so. By comparison, the gemstone in Ronan's hand could cut it by roughly 70%. The gap was obvious. Ronan looked up. You're giving this to me? Are you serious? Don't you need it yourself? Don't forget, I gave you all of this in the first place. I haven't forgotten, but this thing is far too expensive. Frieren shook her head. She knew her own limits well enough. Spending 6,000 gold coins on a pile of magic tools with unknown effects could be considered a kind of investment, not unlike buying a lottery ticket. But if it turned out to be a winning ticket, the prize had to be split evenly, or she genuinely wouldn't be able to live with herself. Seeing this, Ronan understood that Frieren had her own line she wasn't willing to cross, and let her have her way. He accepted the gemstone, though privately, he thought to himself that it was completely useless to him. With infinite mana at his disposal, did reducing magic power loss even matter? He'd have someone process it properly one of these days and send it back to her, consider it an investment in goodwill. Sometimes, treating this world a bit like a game wasn't such a bad approach after all. His thoughts drifted, and as time passed, the magic tools revealed their true forms one after another. By the time the sky had fully brightened, they'd finally finished. After careful calculation, Ronan determined that among the batch, 2 tools were damaged beyond use, 20 were in perfect condition, and 3 were worn but usable. In total, they'd purchased 25 magic tools for 6,000 gold coins. Excluding the damaged ones, that worked out to roughly 260 gold coins per item on average. Among them, the gemstone alone was worth over 1,000 gold coins. And going by market prices, an ordinary magic tool typically sold for around 240 gold coins. 240 times 22, plus 1,000, came out to 6,280. Thinking it over, it actually seemed like quite the bargain. Not only had they not lost money, they'd come out over 200 gold coins ahead. Even the worn and damaged pieces, though not worth much, were still antiques in their own right. All things considered, this particular shopping trip had gone remarkably well. Ronan nodded, Satisfied. Not bad. Didn't realize the magic tool trade was this profitable. No wonder those guys wanted to rob us. Even if you never end up using these, selling them off alone could probably keep your entire village fed for thousands of years. So, how do we go about identifying what each of these actually does? Frieren, do you know how? Frieren hesitated for a moment, a flicker of conflict crossing her eyes, before finally shaking her head lightly. I don't, but the chief does. Should we head back now? 6,300 gold coins. Probably even more than that, honestly. I'm a little worried. No need to worry. With me around, no one would dare try anything. As for heading back, Ronan glanced out the window at the sky and shook his head. It's still too early. We finally made it to a human city. Leaving after just one day would hardly do justice to everything we went through yesterday. Besides, don't forget, our statue isn't even finished yet. Have you thought it over, about what we discussed last night? Are you turning it down, or agreeing to it? Frieren lowered her eyes, gently biting her soft pink lips, hesitating for a good while before finally raising her gaze and speaking. Are you certain that simply putting up a statue would actually deter the Demon King's army? Of course. Ronan nodded. Even if it doesn't deter them outright, it could at least make them hesitate, second-guess their next move during future operations. After all, the demon race is locked in an endless war with elves and humanity alike, isn't it? Worst case, we could settle down here in the future. If the Demon King's army ever comes knocking, you could make an appearance in person. No rumor carries as much weight as something people witness with their own eyes. I'll handle them myself. Frieren found herself genuinely moved by his words, but before she could give her answer, a particular phrase suddenly caught her attention. Settle down here? We? She lifted her eyes sharply, just about to ask Ronan if he truly meant what he'd said. Ronan, seeming to catch on to what was running through her mind, added with a smile. Of course, that was just a figure of speech. I know you're an elf, and elves generally aren't fond of close contact with humans. But surely this world has some kind of messenger spell, doesn't it? If the Demon King's army shows up, someone notifies us, and we make it there in plenty of time. What do you think? Frieren found herself at a loss for words. If that was how it would work, then it was something she could accept, after all. She nodded lightly, signaling her agreement. Right after, the two of them carefully packed all 20-some magic tools into their bags. Then left the room, planning to head to the market to find someone who could identify them once the statue was finished. With Viscount Marco as the local ruler lending them his name and protection, it seemed unlikely any more reckless troublemakers would come looking for trouble. The sound-based one, though. She still had no idea whether it might turn out to be some kind of hypnosis tool. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 50 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 18, all because of greed. 1,196 words. Sometime later. What, 23 magic tools? Inside a shop specializing in appraising magical items, tucked away in the bustling market district. The shopkeeper stared at the items Ronan and Frieren had brought in, utterly stunned. Had he seen this kind of thing before? Scratch that. No, he genuinely hadn't. 23 pieces. And every last one of them looked like an ancient magic tool. Though plenty of adventurers had come by before with similar items for appraisal, most of it had been damaged goods, or fairly recent craftsmanship at best. Mags, after all, were an extraordinarily rare breed across the entire world. Take the northern continent alone, there were only a little over 300 of them, all told. And crafting a magic tool required not only a mage skilled in the art of forging, but also deep mastery of the corresponding spell itself. With such demanding conditions stacked against it, magic tools remained exceptionally precious and rare. Whatever normally trickled into the market tended to be pieces from a few decades to a century or two old, at most. But what sat before him now, items from 1,000 years ago, a full 23 of them. Even with the ruins nearby, this was still an absurd amount. As thoughts churned through his mind, A quiet flicker of greed began to stir, nothing so extreme as robbery, of course. Simply the realization that, since these two had come to him for appraisal, it meant they clearly had no way of assessing the magic themselves. This was a golden opportunity born of an information gap, one he had to make the most of. Even if he could only squeeze a few hundred gold coins out of it, that would set him up comfortably for years. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the shopkeeper's face instantly filled with an obsequious, flattering smile. He rubbed his fingers together and looked at Ronan. "My, aren't you a lucky customer? Please, rest assured our humble shop has always operated on principles of honesty and integrity. We'll provide you with the most sincere, most professional service available. Might I ask, would you like all 23 magic tools appraised together?" Ronan said nothing, instead turning to look at Frieren. Frieren nodded lightly. Yes. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's excitement surged like a rising tide. Still, he forced himself to remain composed, accepting the commission with a practiced smile. "One moment, please." He turned and disappeared into the dim room behind the counter, emerging shortly after with a grimoire in hand. Just as he opened it, preparing to cast the appraisal spell, Ronan suddenly spoke up. "Wait. That grimoire of yours, is it for sale?" He'd nearly forgotten about something. Since every spell was recorded in a grimoire anyway, why not just learn it himself and become self-sufficient? Constantly relying on someone else was such a hassle, and there was no telling whether their skill was even any good. With his cheats active, he was, without question, an absolute genius. Any spell, the moment he picked it up, he could put to immediate use more skillfully than even seasoned veterans. Hearing this, the shopkeeper froze completely. He was certain he'd misheard. His right hand, halfway through casting the spell, hung frozen in midair. Sell it? Was this some kind of joke? This was his livelihood. If he sold it, how was he supposed to make a living? He'd opened this shop 3 months ago, and in that time, he'd earned about 30 gold coins total, with rent as his only real expense. If he sold the grimoire, his income would take a massive hit. Was this some rival shopkeeper coming here deliberately to stir up trouble? He stared hard at Ronan. The more he looked, the more it seemed to fit. The shopkeeper let out a cold snort, his tone thick with irritation. "Don't joke with me, sir. This spell is absolutely not for sale, not even for 300 gold coins." 300? That cheap? Ronan looked somewhat surprised. He wasn't surprised by the shopkeeper's attitude, he was surprised that the man had just casually revealed the rock-bottom price for the appraisal spell. That wasn't even that expensive. Ronan was about to say something further, but on the other side, the shopkeeper had gone into a panic of his own. 300? Cheap? Did this kid have any concept of what money was worth? Narrowing his eyes, he did some quick mental math and decided to try raising the price. 300 was the old rate. Now that the ruins have turned up, there'll only be more magic tools flooding the market from here on. 500 gold coins. I won't go below 500. Inside, he was thinking, cheap, was it? I'll show you cheap. Wealthy outsiders like this didn't come around often these days. It would be a genuine shame not to fleece him for all he was worth. Ronan had no idea about any of the shopkeeper's roundabout scheming, and genuinely had no sense of local prices either, so he was just about to respond. But right at that moment, Martin, standing outside the door, serving as their guide and guard, had had enough. Bang! He kicked the door open, eyes blazing with fury, and bellowed. "You scheming merchant, I've put up with you long enough. These two are distinguished guests of the Viscount himself. Is this really how you do business?" Martin was practically shaking with anger. Thank goodness he'd been present today. Because if Ronan had been swindled by this crooked shopkeeper, he himself would have been the first to suffer the consequences. After all, as their guide, he'd have utterly failed in his duty. He didn't stop to question why Ronan might have been vulnerable to being cheated in the first place. In his mind, someone as important as Ronan, the kind of man who could drop several gold coins on a single meal without a second thought, being unfamiliar with local prices, was only to be expected. The fault lay entirely with this scheming shopkeeper. He absolutely had to be punished, severely. With that, Before the shopkeeper could even process what was happening, Martin drew his long sword and stormed into the shop, radiating menace. At that moment, the shopkeeper finally panicked. Wait, distinguished guests of the Viscount. No one had told him that. He was done for. He'd stepped in something serious now. Replaying his own earlier behavior in his mind, the shopkeeper's face turned ashen. Though he was an outsider himself, doing business in this city meant falling under the jurisdiction of the local nobility. Staring at the gleaming blade now pressed against his throat, the shopkeeper swallowed hard, his throat painfully dry. Wearing the most wretched expression imaginable, he forced a smile toward Martin, stammering out. That's, Lord Martin, I truly didn't mean any harm. Please forgive me just this once, for the sake of all the favors I've paid you in the past. Favors, right, favors. This appraisal grimoire, no charge at all. I'll gladly gift it to these two distinguished guests, out of my own pocket. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 50 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 19, an updated Fengling Yu Ying. 1,483 words. After a moment of silence, Ronan accepted the grimoire, somewhat bewildered by how it had all played out. Though the situation had unfolded rather abruptly, getting something for free felt pretty good all the same. Saved him the trouble of going back to the village to learn it from the chief and owing yet another favor. Meanwhile, Martin had been watching Ronan's expression the whole time, tension written across his face. Seeing Ronan's mood gradually brighten, the knot in his chest loosened somewhat, and he hurried to match the mood with a flattering smile. As long as you're pleased, that's what matters. If you ask me, a rotten shop like this, one that preys specifically on outsiders, deserves to be shut down for good. If you're still unhappy about it, just say the word, and I'll make sure he can't do business in any city around here ever again. He won't dare pull this kind of underhanded stunt again, not after this. Trust me, the Viscount has more than enough influence to make that happen. After all, as an old, established noble house, the Millers had connections that ran deep. Behind them, the shopkeeper, who'd only just managed to buy his way out of trouble, heard this and, having barely caught his breath, found himself trembling uncontrollably all over again. His heart churned with a mix of fear and fury, and he couldn't help cursing silently to himself. Who in the world even is this guy? Damn it all. I already handed over a spell worth hundreds of gold coins, and this one still won't let it go. Was there really any need to go this hard on me? Anyone watching would think he was the guy's own father. Absolutely pathetic. Hearing this, Ronan waved a hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for any of that. He was in a good mood today and had no interest in pushing things to such an extreme. As far as he was concerned, the man had simply tried to swindle him out of money, not tried to kill him. Ruining someone's entire livelihood over that felt like overkill. Setting aside the fact that Frieren was standing right there. If the shopkeeper really was driven into a corner with nowhere left to turn, and the man, desperate, ended up putting a bounty on his head or something equally reckless, Ronan would just have to deal with another mess of killing. The mere thought of it sounded exhausting. Seeing this, Martin caught on and let out a sigh of relief, since the shopkeeper happened to be his main source of side income. If Ronan had insisted on punishing the man, Martin would have had no choice but to play the part of righteous nephew turning against his own interests. After all, no amount of money mattered more than his own neck. Thankfully. See that? Get lost already, and remember, don't ever let me see your face again. Martin punctuated this with a hard kick aimed at the shopkeeper, his tone thick with relief. The shopkeeper flinched, the pain snapping him back to his senses. Without even sparing a thought for his own shop, he scrambled up off the floor in a panic and bolted for the door. Muttering yes, yes, yes over and over, looking even more pitifully submissive than Martin himself. Once he'd gone, the once noisy shop settled back into its usual quiet. At that moment, Frieren shot Martin a faintly odd look. She tilted her head slightly, as if to say, "You just chased him off, now what happens to our magic tools?" Exclamation point. Catching that subtle look from Frieren, Martin felt his heart lurch, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He silently cursed himself, realizing he'd been careless. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed for the door, desperate to track the shopkeeper back down. But just as he was scrambling in a panic, Ronan suddenly called out to stop him. "Wait." As he spoke, Ronan was already flipping quickly through the grimoire in his hands. After several dozen seconds of careful study, he'd more or less grasped how the so-called appraisal spell actually worked. Fairly simple, really. Hearing Ronan's voice, Martin had no choice but to halt in his tracks. Even with his mind racing in a panic, he didn't dare ignore a word from someone this important. Martin slowly turned back around, ready to ask, with an obsequious smile plastered on his face, what kind of help Ronan needed. But right after, he witnessed something that left his jaw hanging open. Ronan was casting the appraisal spell, with practiced, fluid ease. His technique looked so polished it seemed as though he'd practiced it countless times, virtually indistinguishable from the shopkeeper's own performance earlier. Wait, hold on, he actually knows how to do this. Martin had assumed Ronan simply didn't have the appraisal spell on hand, which was why he'd wanted to buy a copy for himself. And yet, watching this level of practiced skill, Martin would never believe Ronan had mastered the appraisal spell in anything less than 5 years. Being this skilled already, and still coming here, Martin wanted to curse out loud. But then, he took a deep breath, and the smile returned to his face. Because at this moment, he wasn't representing just himself, but the entire Miller family. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose his composure, or show even the faintest hint of disrespect. And so, Martin watched, wide-eyed, as Ronan appraised all 23 magic tools, one after another. The pace kept accelerating with each one. What took a full minute at first eventually took less than 3 seconds. Frieren, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Once Ronan had finished, she finally snapped out of it and asked, bewildered, "Didn't you say before that you didn't know appraisal magic? Then why?" Ronan seemed to have already anticipated this question from Frieren. He cut in before she could finish, "Nothing special. Just picked it up on the spot. I'm a genius, that's all." A genius? Martin was at a loss for words. This wasn't genius, this was clearly some kind of expert playing dumb, pulling one over on an unsuspecting girl. And yet, somehow, Frieren actually believed him. She'd already watched him master spell after spell at an impossible pace before. Compared to that, appraisal magic barely seemed worth remarking on. At the thought, Frieren's gaze toward Ronan filled with unmistakable admiration. Watching this, Martin felt like he'd bitten into something sour, unbelievable, that anyone could actually buy such a ridiculous excuse. Was it really just because the man carried himself with such an air of extraordinary presence? If it were him, he could probably pull that off too. Sigh, well, guess it helped to have the resources to back it up. Meanwhile, Ronan had no idea what thoughts were running through either of their heads, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared much after all, he was running cheats. Unless someone came along with an even stronger cheat, there was no contest worth having, no matter how you sliced it. He looked over the magic tools laid out before him, calculating as he mused to himself. Not a bad haul. 23 pieces, though more than half turned out to be offensive or defensive types, a handful are genuinely useful. A bell that lets you sleep soundly, a little mallet that knocks a bit of sudden clarity into you with a single tap. Magic in this world really is remarkably versatile. And in the process, I've somehow gotten incredibly proficient at the appraisal spell too, probably better than that shopkeeper ever was, honestly. Nothing but a maxed-out talent could explain this kind of ridiculous learning speed and near-perfect memory. He let out a breath, slowly closing the grimoire, and once he'd swept all the magic tools off the table and into his bag, he turned to Frieren and said, "Let's go, we." Before he could finish, Ronan froze mid-sentence, because the grimoire in his hand had suddenly begun to grow warm. He opened it again, and found that alongside the information he'd just recorded, something new had appeared. It was garbled text. Wait, garbled text. Ronan stared at the string of completely scrambled characters on the page, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What was going on here? As he pondered this, a handful of prompts flickered slowly across the bottom of his vision. MOD updated. Data display function now available. Magic DEET *@ required. The prompts were sparse, and just as garbled as the text in the book, but the gist came through clearly enough. Ronan rubbed his chin, seeming to grasp something. No question about it, this had to be Feng Ling Yu Ying butting heads with the rules of this world. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 60 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzref887. Chapter 20, The Magic Potion That Dissolves Clothing. 1,518 words. Though the idea of the mod clashing with the world's own rules sounded a little far-fetched, thinking it over, it actually made a certain kind of sense. Because the garbled text had made it plain enough, this was about detection magic. Detection, as the name implied, meant that once used, it would let him see another person's full six-dimensional stat sheet. And combined with what Feng Ling Yu Ying could do, seeing meant being able to modify. Modifying himself was one thing, he was, after all, an outsider here, someone the goddess had no claim over. But other people? That was a different story entirely. Doing this in front of the very god who'd created this world was essentially manhandling one of her own children from head to toe, right under her nose. It would honestly be stranger if a conflict hadn't broken out. Guess Feng Ling Yu Ying came out on top, then. No goddess showed up, and the prompt still came through mostly intact. Domestic software really is the best. Not bad. Ronan nodded lightly, then came to a stop and turned to the captain of the guard. Martin, do you know anywhere that sells detection magic? Since this concerned his own cheat, he was fully prepared to go to any length necessary. Hearing this, Martin blinked in surprise, then said, Detection magic? Lord Ronan, do you mean the kind that identifies different types of monsters? My apologies, that was careless of me. Martin had been about to ask why Ronan, of all people, wouldn't already have such a common spell. But then he remembered the role Ronan was currently playing, someone who'd never set foot in the ruins before, so of course he wouldn't have it. He quickly added, If I remember correctly, Old Dirk's shop carries detection magic. Shall I take you there? Of course. Ronan nodded without a moment's hesitation. He had no idea who this Old Dirk was, but judging by how familiarly Martin referred to him, the man had to be somewhere in this very town. Perfect. An even more perfected cheat, an even better life. Here he came. At the edge of the city, it took Ronan, following Martin, about an hour to reach Old Dirk's shop. Frieren hadn't left either, since she didn't know detection magic herself. If Ronan managed to obtain and learn it, she might get to benefit from it too. That was, after all, exactly how she'd already picked up the heat spell, the vision enhancement spell, and the appraisal spell. She felt no shame about it whatsoever. She already owed him plenty as it was, a little more wouldn't make much difference. She'd pay it all back eventually, slowly, over time. Creak. As Ronan slowly pushed open the shop's front door, a cramped, enclosed space came into view. The moment Frieren caught sight of the interior decor, she gave a start. Glowing green skulls, monsters draped in animal hides, and all manner of indescribably grotesque creatures lined the shelves on either side. Fangs bared, claws raised, as though ready to pounce at any moment, so dark, so terrifying. Frieren instinctively held her breath, a flicker of hesitation rising in her chest, though she quickly realized she wasn't facing this alone. Without thinking, she moved closer to Ronan, one hand catching the hem of his clothes, as though that alone might ease the unease in her heart. Ronan felt the slight tug and turned to look. Seeing how tense Frieren looked, he said nothing, only shaking his head lightly. Still just a kid, after all. Just a bunch of toy models. Of course, he understood well enough everyone went through this kind of thing as a child. Ronan offered a few soft words of reassurance, and once Frieren had settled down a little, he turned back around and continued deeper into the shop. Up ahead, Martin, catching the commotion behind him, felt his envy grow even more pronounced. He didn't let any of it show, though, keeping his tone level as he explained. This is Old Dirk's magic shop. The ruins are about 20 li from here, so most adventurers stop by to stock up on supplies before heading in. He's rather shy around strangers, which is why he made the entrance passage so long. He doesn't like facing adventurers head-on. Lord Ronan, are you certain all you need is detection magic? Old Dirk actually carries plenty of other fine potions too, like... Martin tilted his head slightly, about to introduce a few items men typically enjoyed. But catching sight of Frieren right behind Ronan, he coughed twice and decided against spelling it out. Instead, he simply gave Ronan a suggestive raise of the eyebrows. Ronan looked puzzled. Like what? Why did Martin's expression suddenly look so shady? Was it some kind of substance? Was that seriously something you could just sell out in the open here? Different world, different laws, apparently. Never mind, then. Better see what this so-called potion even was first. Hopefully he was just overthinking it. Honestly, he didn't need whatever it was anyway. He'd already got his cheats, after all. Gathering his thoughts, they walked roughly 50 more meters before the space up ahead finally opened up. There, Ronan met old Dirk, a man whose appearance immediately gave him pause. What in the world was this? Some kind of mutant? Why did he have two bulbous growths sitting on top of his head? Ronan was at a loss for words, but Martin's explanation soon cleared things up somewhat. In his younger years, old Dirk had ventured into the ruins and been cursed by some monster there. The two growths on his head weren't tumors at all, but his actual brain. The skull that should have housed his brain was now completely hollow inside. In other words, the current old Dirk could be killed with nothing more than a single needle. That was probably part of the reason he was so wary of strangers. Life really was fragile. Ronan felt a genuine pang of sympathy. He honestly couldn't picture himself walking around with two exposed brain lobes on his head. Curses, truly terrifying things. He needed to make Feng Ling Yu Ying as airtight as possible. Impervious to blade and bullet, untouched by fire and water, immune to every form of magic. Without much in the way of small talk, after a brief introduction, Ronan handed over 5 gold coins and walked away with the detection spell from old Dirk. He found a quiet corner to sit and began flipping through it at speed, while Martin stepped forward to negotiate with old Dirk. Leaning against the counter, Martin kept wiggling his eyebrows, occasionally glancing over toward Ronan. Then he pulled 2 gold coins from his pocket, and after a brief, hushed exchange, struck a deal with old Dirk. Old Dirk carefully pulled out a potion bottle from beneath the counter and handed it to Martin. Just as Martin was working out how best to present the bottle to Ronan, Frieren suddenly appeared behind him, as silent as a little ghost, and asked crisply, "What's that? Can you tell me?" "Uncle Martin." Startled by the sudden voice, Martin coughed repeatedly, turning around as he spoke. "Ah, Lady Frieren, there's no need to call me uncle. Just use my name. By your standards, in terms of age, I might as well still be an infant." Under normal circumstances, there was nothing wrong with a young girl calling a 30-year-old man uncle. But Frieren was an elf, with a lifespan far exceeding his own, so such a casual title didn't quite suit the occasion. Frieren nodded, seeming to half understand, though it was unclear whether she'd actually remember any of it. Her gaze remained fixed intently on the potion bottle in Martin's hand. Seeing this, Martin knew there was no dodging the question. Making sure Ronan wasn't looking his way, he deliberately lowered his voice and murmured to Frieren. "This is a man's little treasure, Lady Frieren. You and Lord Ronan are that kind of relationship, aren't you?" The moment the words left his mouth, confusion crept into Frieren's expression. What kind of relationship? Martin's heart lurched, realizing he'd spoken far too bluntly, and quickly backpedaled. "Forgive my bluntness. But I think, even setting that aside, no man alive could resist a potion like this. I'd appreciate it if you kept this between us. I plan to give it to Lord Ronan as a gift later. It's remarkably useful out in the wild. It removes contaminated clothing instantly, cleanly, without so much as touching the skin underneath. Especially useful after exposure to venom or poison, it disinfects on contact and gets rid of any lingering odor, too. Just imagine if you're out in the wilds, badly wounded in a fight with some monster, your clothes soaked through with blood and venom. With this, you'd have a guaranteed way to make it out alive. What a perfect little potion, don't you think? Would you like a bottle too? Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 60 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Frieren's Real Age, interrogation optional. 1,172 words. After a while, Ronan slowly closed the thick grimoire. He shut his eyes and let out a deep breath, impressed by how effective the spell really was. No wonder it was a staple for every adventuring party. Worth every gold coin. He was about to look for Frieren to test it out, but when he looked up, he suddenly noticed her standing hesitantly in the corner. Ronan frowned and walked over, asking, "What's wrong? Still not used to the environment here?" Frieren hesitated, as though she wanted to say something. But then, she seemed to remember something, quietly pressing a hand to her pocket while slowly shaking her head, saying softly, "No. It's nothing. Have you finished learning the detection magic?" It was clear she had something on her mind. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on her face briefly. Then he exhaled and changed the subject. "Yeah, I've finished it." If she didn't want to talk about it, fine. It probably wasn't anything major anyway. At most, she'd seen something she liked and spent some of the allowance he'd given her. No need to dig further, she'd bring it up when the time was right. With that thought, Ronan paused, then continued. "It's simple, and quite practical. Frieren, do you want to know your own strength?" Frieren was somewhat surprised anyone could tell what Ronan meant by that, but she looked puzzled. If I remember correctly, detection magic can only detect monsters, and only identify their species. Elves. She was about to say more, but Ronan cut her off. "They are them. I am me." Ronan didn't care whether Martin and old Dirk, chatting not far away, could hear or understand. He raised a finger, its tip glowing faintly with magic power, and explained softly. "People only think this spell is meant for detecting monsters. You said it yourself before, magic is a world built on imagination. If you can detect monsters with your imagination, why couldn't you detect other creatures too? I haven't known you very long, but I can roughly sense the strength of your magical aura." As he spoke, with the detection magic active, information quickly surfaced in Ronan's mind. Carried along by the flow of mana, it appeared clearly before his eyes. He carefully read through it before quietly explaining the results to Frieren. Of course, he kept his voice low so no one else could hear. This was Frieren's private information, after all. Your total magic power is around 1,000, measured in units. Martin and old Dirk also have some magic power, though one has 50 and the other only 200. For a human's age, that's normal. The average increase is 3 to 5 units a year. At this point, Ronan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd spotted a blind spot. He looked at Frieren and asked, "Frieren, are you over 200 years old this year?" Frieren froze, then held her breath and quickly glanced around, terrified that someone might overhear her secret. Only after seeing that Martin and old Dirk were still each occupied with their own business, showing no reaction, did she let out a small sigh of relief, her tensed shoulders loosening slightly. 200 years old among elves, that was very young. But in human eyes, that made her an undeniable old monster. She'd been through this before, becoming friends with human girls passing through a village. Then those girls had all distanced themselves once they learned her age. They didn't envy that she, old as she was, still looked young. They only felt she was more terrifying than their own ancestors. Because their ancestors were only 80 or 90. Ronan. No need to worry, Frieren. Ronan seemed to have noticed her unease. He smiled faintly. "I don't care about your age, you're an elf, aren't you?" "Of course, honestly it was my own oversight. Who would have thought you could tell someone's age from their total magic power?" Frieren took a deep breath, seeming to calm herself. After a moment, she spoke with a hint of relief. "I'm glad you don't mind. Sorry, I should have told you about this earlier. 8,000 units. Thank you for telling me, I'll remember it well. I wonder, how much is your total magic power?" Frieren was curious. She'd never heard of units as a measure before, but analyzing it from the nature of magic power itself, it made perfect sense. No doubt, if this unit were to spread and become widely adopted, it might spark another revolution. Truly impressive, and this was only 2 short days. 2 days, covering what took others decades. A few more years, and he'd probably catch up to the continent's #1 mage. Ronan smiled and was just about to speak. He had no intention of keeping it secret. His total magic power meant nothing to him, and sharing it would only help bring them closer. But just then, a sudden boom rang out from outside, shaking the entire room. The sound cut Ronan off mid-sentence. He instinctively turned to look, but before he could figure out what was happening outside, old Dirk suddenly stood up, eyes wide with alarm, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, those beasts are attacking. Why so soon? It hasn't even been a month since last time. Damn it all. Martin, get these 2 distinguished guests out of here, now. With that, he slammed a button on the counter, and one by one, the goods on display rapidly vanished. Martin's expression turned serious as well. Noticing the slight confusion on Ronan and Frieren's faces, he stepped away from old Dirk and hurried over to the 2 of them, leading them outside while explaining. Lord Ronan, as you can see, since the ruined dungeon is only 20 li away, monsters often come here to attack. Though adventurers are stationed to guard and clear them out, the number of adventurers isn't fixed. The strongest team here used to be the Savage Beast Adventurers, but as you know their situation. He paused briefly, a flash of helplessness in his eyes. In any case, it's probably because of their disappearance that the attack came early. There's no need for you to feel sorry or worried about it. Ronan fell silent. Seriously? He hadn't felt much about it at first, just thought it was some monsters, easily handled with a snap of his fingers. But now, this kid sure knew how to talk. Well, never mind. Perfect timing to test out detection magic. He'd had some reservations about altering Frieren's stats, but altering a monster's stats? A pinch of physical strength paired with a pinch of total magic power. Would it die from a gust of wind? He was almost looking forward to it. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 70 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 22, Serriere. 2,402 words. HSSSS, Raw. What stood before Ronan was an especially bizarre creature. At first glance, it resembled a carnivorous flower, except it had 2 legs and let out a strange, grating cry. Looking closer, though, what seemed like legs were actually thick roots. With every step it took, the ground around it cracked like shattered glass, and the plants nearby wilted and yellowed instantly, as if doused in pesticide. Ronan narrowed his eyes, a strange feeling stirring in his chest. The purple and green coloring, the wobbling gait, for a moment it felt like time had folded in on itself, and he was staring at a chomper straight out of Plants vs. Zombies. Too bad he wasn't a zombie. A plant-type monster. Ronan murmured, snapping back to reality. This kind of monster wasn't rare. With their varied forms and abilities, they were well known among adventurers. They possessed mana of their own. Though most couldn't cast spells, they relied on their branches and leaves to attack. Under normal circumstances, they weren't much trouble. But this one. Ronan ran detection magic over it and reached a conclusion: a mana-eating flower. According to what was known, the species first appeared 1,500 years ago. It fed on magic power, and loved swallowing creatures that carried it whole. To this thing, the 2 of them probably looked like a cake slathered in honey. Everything clicked into place. He stepped in front of Frieren, shielding her. Since the flower clearly had no intention of letting them go, there was no reason to hold back. He raised a hand, and strings of numbers flickered across his vision. Total magic power, 400. Physical strength, 50. Mana absorption cap, 3,000. Not something to underestimate. Even I'd get drained dry by this thing, if I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve. A 3,000 absorption cap wasn't a small number, it rivaled centuries of an elf's cultivation. But no matter how big the number, it was still just a number. After letting it get close enough, Ronan was about to reach for Feng Ling Yu Ying and rewrite its stats. He was curious, would the thing explode on the spot if its mana absorption cap dropped to 0? The thought had barely formed before he moved to act. But right then, whether the flower had sensed danger, or caught the scent of a more tempting target elsewhere. It suddenly froze mid-step. It hesitated, its massive bud swaying side to side, its cries slowly fading, as if it were weighing something. Then, as though it had made up its mind, it spun around without a moment's pause, its thick roots hauling it off to the right at speed. That made Ronan raise an eyebrow. Scared? Or is there something over there with even more magic power than me and Frieren? Not impossible. Its ruins over 1,000 years old, plenty of dangerous things could be lurking around. Whether the flower wanted to retreat or not, Ronan had no intention of letting it off easy. It was nothing more than a pest, and cutting it down before it kept destroying the environment and killing things was simply the right call. The thought settled, and Ronan flicked a finger. In an instant, the flower's steps froze. A second later, its towering body collapsed to the ground like soft mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Because its strength stat had been reduced to 0. It's not dead. Ronan blinked, a little surprised. He'd figured that alone would be enough to take it down for good, but apparently these monsters were tougher than he'd given them credit for. Made sense. Really, it was a plant-type monster. A wilted flower wasn't necessarily a dead one. Give it some water, and it might spring right back. And to a mana-eating flower, water was magic power. Ronan started walking toward it. Martin called out in alarm, "Lord Ronan, please be careful, the area around it is toxic." Even though Martin saw Ronan as an unmatched powerhouse, being strong didn't necessarily mean immunity to poison. He had no idea how the monster had gone down. Ronan hadn't made a single visible move the whole time. To him, the whole thing made no sense at all. Was the monster luring him in, or was it actually dead? Ronan ignored him entirely, simply raising a hand to signal he was fine. He walked step by step into the so-called poison zone, watching the once lush surroundings wither away with each stride. Looking back, the contrast was striking. Inside felt like autumn, everything withered and dying, while just outside spring still bloomed with life. A rank, rotting smell drifted over, sharp like disinfectant. Ronan held his breath and moved closer to the flower. Up close, he realized just how massive the thing really was. Even collapsed and limp, it still stood over 3 meters tall, like a small hill. He reached out and touched it. The texture was soft, with a bit of give, like an overripe squash, except it didn't spring back. Its plant fibers had apparently dissolved, something like muscle breakdown, which explained why it couldn't stand. Fortunately, it had no heart and needed no blood flow, otherwise it would have died the instant its stats hit 0. Ronan glanced around and noticed the flower's mouth hanging wide open, as if it were craving something. The once powerful roar had shrunk to a pathetic whimper, like a wounded puppy. Ronan smiled and said softly, "Want some magic power? Sure, here you go. 4,000 units, that enough for you?" The flower obviously had no concept of what 4,000 units even meant, and it couldn't understand Ronan's words either. It simply reacted instinctively to the sound around it. And then, in an instant, a low whine. The flower suddenly began to swell, ballooning bigger and bigger like it was being inflated, its massive shadow blotting out the sun. And finally, boom! It burst, chunks of flesh scattering outward like shrapnel. Wherever the fragments touched the ground, they simply vanished, as though the earth itself had swallowed them. Right before their eyes, the dull yellow ground slowly turned green, and the already green patches grew even lusher, plants bursting into wild growth. As if the land itself had absorbed the energy from the explosion and was celebrating a riot of new life. Behind him. That's insane. No wonder Martin, who'd been halfway to drawing his sword to help, froze mid-motion, a swell of admiration rising in his chest. He knew a fighter as strong as Ronan probably didn't need his help, but he'd wanted to at least look the part. Crushing a monster the size of a hill with one bare hand. Was this what real strength looked like? As expected. His uncle really did have good judgment. He'd never seen anything so spectacular in his life. If someone like that went into the ruins, he probably wouldn't even need to slow down. He'd punch straight through. At that same moment, tap, tap. Deep in another forest, a small, slender figure was moving swiftly barefoot across the soft ground. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, and pointed ears peeked out from between the strands, their tips tinted a faint pink. Moving at speed through the forest's damp air, her skin had picked up a faint sheen of moisture, glistening softly. Suddenly, she felt a faint pulse of magic power erupting somewhere in the distance, and her steps stopped. She slowly lifted her gaze, a flicker of curiosity crossing her face before vanishing. A fight. Interesting. Her lips curled upward, Cerie's mood brightened at once. As the undisputed strongest mage among the elves, over the 1,000+ years since she'd matured, combat had become the one thing she truly loved. Just a few days earlier, she'd gone all the way to Endai, the far north of the continent where the Demon King's castle stood, and thrown herself into a fierce battle with the Demon King himself. She wouldn't say exactly how the fight had gone, only that she'd come away unscathed while the Demon King was left with wounds that wouldn't easily heal. She hadn't gotten her fill of it, though, and with the castle now under heavy guard, breaking in again wouldn't be so easy. So, after leaving that place, she'd set off in search of ancient ruins instead. The magic humans wielded these days was simply too weak. Only certain demons in the ancient ruins, born in the same era as her, could still stand as her equals. Naturally, word had reached her about the discovery of the Pure Land dynasty ruins. That dynasty had fallen 1,300 years ago and had been founded 2,000 years back, almost exactly her own age. Perhaps some lost spells were hidden there, especially battle magic. Cerie's eyes narrowed slightly as a thought crossed her mind. If I remember right, the Pure Land dynasty was the second dynasty in human history. Once the site of the very first dynasty surfaces, my goal will be complete. And then I'll have the most complete collection of magic in human history. I wonder what they'll call me then. Demon King? No, forget it. He's just a beast, not worth the effort of killing. Once he's dead, life without a war to look forward to would get pretty dull. Better leave that to the hero. Cerie never liked dealing with hassle. Leave the professional work to the professionals. She took a deep breath, settling herself, and kept moving. Along the way, she pulled out a map to check her bearings, making sure she wasn't drifting off course. About half an hour later, she reached a human city 10 kilometers away. The city was lively, but she didn't linger, she headed straight toward the ruins. By then, Ronan and Frieren, drawn along by Martin's suggestion to go sightseeing, had already arrived at the ruins themselves, in good spirits. Inside the temporary camp, Ronan looked out at the bustling crowd, his thoughts drifting. Finally here. Ruins over 1,300 years old, hopefully there's something actually useful in there. The stuff on the market is too ordinary. What I want is something nobody's ever heard of, something that makes people go, what on earth was that the moment I use it? Having talent far beyond ordinary people and wasting it on run-of-the-mill spells would just be a shame. Lord Ronan, here. Martin handed him a scroll of ruin exploration guidelines and explained. This site has been under excavation for 5 years now. In those 5 years, with countless adventurers pushing through, roughly a third of it has been mapped out. The remaining 2/3 is still unknown territory. Some adventurers say there are demons from the mythic era still down there. Every single one of them is said to rival humanity's strongest fighters. Demons, huh? Ronan listened quietly, not a trace of fear on his face. He simply took the scroll, glanced over its contents, and handed it off to Frieren. Another unfamiliar term, but it didn't concern him. Forward was the only direction that mattered. No trap, mechanism, or enemy, not even someone at the peak of human strength, could withstand a single punch from him. The only real problem left was finding those spells and magic tools. The ruins hadn't been fully explored, and the map was incomplete. If he got lost, he could hardly just punch his way out of every problem. And if the ruins collapsed on top of him, that would be a real mess. Ronan's mind raced, wondering if there was some kind of pathfinding spell out there. Logically, after all these years of magical development, something like that should exist. He was about to ask Frieren about it. Then, a wooden sign by the roadside caught his eye. Bold letters across it read, Pathfinder birds for sale. Pathfinder birds? Ronan's eyes lit up. Talk about finding exactly what he'd been looking for, without even trying. Just from the name, he could guess what the birds were for. He stopped and turned to Martin. How much are these going for? Martin caught his meaning instantly. He followed Ronan's gaze to the sign, frowning slightly, then said in a low voice. Lord Ronan, personally, I wouldn't recommend buying one of those. They're domesticated for pathfinding, sure, but they're incredibly weak, basically no way to defend themselves. The moment danger shows up, they can't even flee in time. They just become food. And of course, the places with real treasure are usually guarded by powerful monsters. So realistically, they're not much use for exploring ruins at all. It's mostly just people hyping them up to jack up the price. I asked how much they cost. I don't care about their strength. Since he already knew he could rewrite a creature's stats, why would he worry about a Pathfinder bird getting eaten by a monster? Ronan shook his head lightly. To others, it might be a waste of money, but to him, it was a rare little treasure. Listening to him, Martin felt a bit helpless. He'd laid it all out so clearly, and yet the man was still set on buying. Did he really have that much money to burn? Well, never mind. It was his money, he could spend it however he liked. If it turned out to be a waste, that wasn't on Martin. Martin sighed. Used to be, they went for about 10 copper coins each. But these days, the price has jumped roughly 100-fold, about 10 silver coins now. A single expedition into the ruins usually burns through at least 100 of them. How many would you like, Lord Ronan? While Ronan and Martin were talking and stocking up on supplies, Seria arrived at the camp in a hurry. Her striking presence drew more than a few glances. And that's when she caught a few words that gave her pause. Another elf. Are elves just showing up in packs these days? Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 70 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 23, Conflict Outside the Ruins, Seria's Hostility. 1,035 words. Another one. A faint gleam crossed Seria's golden eyes. Elves weren't exactly common these days, but they weren't unheard of either. Running into one here, though, stirred a different kind of interest in her. If this one turned out to be a younger elf and this was dangerous ruins territory. If the girl's temperament and talent happened to suit her, offering a bit of guidance wouldn't be out of the question. Seria stopped, got her bearings, and then spotted Frieren stepping out through a tent flap. Her thoughts sharpened, focus narrowing as she looked Frieren up and down. She didn't need to get any closer. Beyond Frieren's own strength. Those two men, the older one carried himself with a certain stiffness. Judging by his clothes, he was either wealthy or well-connected. Armor-type magic tools weren't something an ordinary person could buy off the shelf. Each one fetched upward of 500 gold coins at auction, not a sum an ordinary household could produce. Factor in the nearby human city as well. Someone from a noble family, probably. As for the younger one, Seria found herself unable to place him at all. His manner was casual, none of the caution an adventurer should have, none of the elegance of nobility either. If anything, he looked like he was here on vacation. Vacation? The thought made her pay closer attention to his magic power. Her conclusion, a fairly strong human. Stronger than Frieren, but not by much. Compared to her, he wasn't even close. Could these two actually keep Frieren safe? Seria mulled it over, then shook her head, clearly not. A group like this might scrape by on the outer edges of the ruins. But push deeper in, and it would end in a total wipeout. As I thought, elves shouldn't spend too much time around humans, especially young ones. They're too easily led astray by human behavior. Seria sighed, a note of certainty in her voice. Seeing the three of them getting ready to head into the ruins, she stopped hesitating, dropped her crossed arms, and walked briskly toward them. Outside the tent, Frieren had just stepped out carrying a birdcage when her steps suddenly stopped. Wariness flickered in her eyes as she warned Ronan. Ronan, someone's watching us. Ronan nodded, signaling for Frieren not to worry. Don't worry, I noticed too. Doesn't seem hostile. Hear what people around us were saying? One of your own kind. He wasn't entirely sure if it was the same group of elves from the village, but if it was, all the better. Traveling together meant they could look out for one another. Except, The thought was dismissed almost as soon as it formed, because the newcomer was a female elf he'd never seen before. About the same height as Frieren, but her presence was far more mature, her steps steady and composed. To Ronan, it felt like some grizzled veteran had been reincarnated into a child's body. He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Frieren had spotted her too. So strong. Frieren said it with genuine awe. By her own sense of it, Serie's total magic power was roughly equal to 30 of herself. Beside them, Martin instinctively took half a step back, his body starting to tremble, his face draining of color. Just a moment ago, he'd caught Serie glancing his way. The weight behind that glance had felt like a blade, as if it might shatter his very soul. A relative of Lady Frieren's? Then why? Martin drew a sharp breath, an icy chill sinking straight through him, and a sudden urge to flee welled up inside him. The feeling was so intense that, for a moment, he genuinely believed his life hung by a thread, ready to snap at any second. You. Not bad, human. What's your name? Serie stopped in front of Ronan. Arms crossed, her gaze swept over Frieren first before settling on Ronan, her voice cool and detached. Meeting my eyes without a trace of fear, that alone proves you're no nobody. You're traveling with one of my kind. What exactly are you after? Ronan raised an eyebrow, thoroughly puzzled. That phrasing. Had she just attacked him? Because he hadn't felt a thing. Still, catching sight of Martin out of the corner of his eye, Ronan started to piece together what she meant by meeting my eyes. Some kind of mental pressure, probably something like killing intent. Ronan motioned for Martin to step back, and Martin couldn't have been more relieved to comply. Once Martin had moved off, Ronan spoke, unhurried. What am I after? Isn't that obvious? Exploring the ruins. Are you Frieren's elder? Frieren, so that's the child's name. A fine name. The corner of Serie's mouth lifted slightly, like a night-blooming flower unfurling in the dark. But in an instant, her expression settled back into its usual coolness, as though the smile had never been there at all. She got straight to the point. That's not what I asked. I have no issue with you exploring the ruins. But, human, you're too weak. Hand Frieren over to me. Taking her in there at your level of strength will get her killed for nothing. I'm not her parent, but I am, at least, one of her elders. And as an elder, I can't just stand by and watch a younger one walk to her death. Hearing this, Ronan found it more baffling by the second, but on second thought, it made sense. She had no idea he possessed a cheat, after all, so of course she'd be worried sick about him accidentally getting Frieren killed. With that in mind, being a civilized person, Ronan figured he'd try reasoning with the elf standing in front of him. And if that didn't work, he'd reason with his fists. So what if her magic power was 30 times Frieren's? He had infinite mana and infinite HP, and he hadn't said a word about that either. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 80 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Serie's Setback. 696 words. Ronan glanced at Frieren. Her expression was calm, with no sign at all that she intended to leave with Serie. He turned back to Serie. Killed for nothing, maybe. But that's just your opinion. Have you even asked Frieren what she thinks? Serie didn't bother asking. As the strongest mage in existence, she'd always done exactly as she pleased. Faced with Ronan's question now, she didn't feel like answering either. Seeing him refuse to back down, she flicked a hand and launched a bolt of magic power, ready to simply take Frieren by force. But, the next instant, bang! With a crisp snap, the bolt scattered into nothing, as easily as flicking away a speck of dust. Serie froze. Her eyes snapped up. You. What the hell, a human? Even a monster wouldn't have that kind of body. She'd only put about 1% of her magic power into that shot, and condensed like that, it could have shattered diamond with ease. Yet here she was, stumbling in front of some insignificant human. Ready to strike again, she let her cold magic power surge without restraint. The power rolled outward like a tidal wave, spreading in every direction with Serie at its center. Its sheer volume was enough to bend reality itself, sweeping everything nearby aside. But right then, Frieren showed a stubbornness she'd never displayed before. Some elf appears out of nowhere claiming to be her elder, and just like that, decides to drag her off. Sure, the woman was powerful, but did that give the strong the right to decide other people's choices, other people's lives? Since when did elves have someone this shameless throwing their weight around? Frieren summoned her staff, taking a stance to fight alongside Ronan. Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to stop us from exploring the ruins? The question caught Seria off guard. Why? Obviously because she was afraid of this brat. Wait. Only now did it dawn on her, belatedly, that there was a gap between how Ronan looked and how he actually performed. She narrowed her eyes, suspicion flickering in her eyes, forcibly pulling herself out of her battle-ready stance. She fixed Ronan with a cold stare, sharp as a blade, as if trying to see straight through him. Are you messing with me? Messing with you? Talk about unfair, Ronan smiled. Where's that coming from? I never provoked you. You're the one who attacked first, start to finish. By then, the howling winds around them had begun to die down, the residual magic power fading away. Ronan glanced sideways at Frieren, and seeing how she'd sided with him, warmth filled his eyes. He went on. Well, at most I've got a bit of pocket change. Nothing worth mentioning. I'd like to ask something myself, though. Elf lady, why do you care so much about Frieren? Just because she's an elf? Seria fell silent. She had no answer to that. She wasn't the kind of elf who ignored reason. Besides, losing her composure in front of a youngster wasn't exactly dignified. So, after a brief silence, Seria gradually calmed herself and offered the two of them a quiet apology. At the same time, worried about Frieren being swayed by a human, she spoke in a low, deliberate voice. I'm Seria, Archmage of the Elves. Frieren, you must have heard my name before. I was born in the Mythic era, and I've mastered the vast majority of magic in this world. Judging by what I just saw, you must be a mage too. So, seeing as you're one of my own kind and clearly no coward, as a form of compensation, Frieren, would you become my disciple? With that, she shot a pointed glance at Ronan, clearly meaning something by it, and continued. Human lives are far too short. Only elves can truly rely on one another. It's been a long time since I've found a worthy successor. For the sake of our people, Frieren, come, join me. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 80 on my Patreon. patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Hero, you're an interesting one. 1,285 words. No. Just as Seria had felt certain Frieren would agree, or at the very least hesitate, a flat, unequivocal answer cut through the air instead. Seria blinked, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She'd actually been rejected. Kids these days. Before she could dwell on it further, Frieren's calm voice continued. I do know you. I do love magic. And human lives really are as short as you say. But none of that is reason enough for me to go against what I want. She paused, her tone softening slightly. For what it's worth, I don't dislike you. From that brief exchange, Frieren had already pieced together why Seria had attacked Ronan and wanted to take her away. She understood why. But deep down, she simply couldn't accept the way Seria had gone about it. Frieren looked at Seria, lowering her staff, her voice cool and clear. I can tell your power is immense. If I became your disciple, I'm sure I'd learn far more magic. But magic isn't the only thing in my world. I trust Ronan. Because he's the hero. Since Seria's outburst of magic power, the crowd nearby had already fled in fear. So no matter how sensitive their conversation, no one else was around to hear it. Seria froze again at Frieren's words. She rubbed her ear reflexively, wondering if she'd misheard. Hero? Who? Him. This brat was the hero? No way was that possible. Sure, he cared about Frieren, he was strong, and he wasn't intimidated by power. Fine, by those standards, he fit the bill. But Seria still didn't buy it. Either way, she felt thoroughly annoyed. Seria narrowed her eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them. She brushed a hand through her golden hair, took 2 barefoot steps forward, and looked Ronan up and down, her gaze piercing as she asked, "Is what Frieren said true? Kid, if you're really the hero, where's your hero's sword?" Ronan didn't like showing off, so he'd kept his hero's sword tucked away in its sheath. Facing Seria's challenge now, he calmly turned to the side, revealing the sheath hanging at his waist, and gestured toward it. "This, you mean? Even I'm not sure I'm actually the hero. She says I am, so I guess I am. What's it to you?" Seria looked at the sword, hidden away with only the hilt showing, and suddenly smiled. Her eyes were sharp enough that even a glimpse of the hilt told her it was the real thing. The hero, disguising himself as a weakling, did this kid have no shame at all? Although, fine, she had to admit, playing the pig to eat the tiger had worked well enough, she'd just been humbled by it herself. But the Demon King. The corner of Seria's mouth curled up, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Kid, I'll admit it, you're the most interesting human I've come across in nearly 300 years. I'm no goddess, and I'm no weakling either, so it's not my place to criticize you. But a human's prime lasts only a few short decades, and word that the hero's sword has been drawn will spread fast, the demon race will know soon enough. When that happens, the Demon King won't let you off easy. I hope you're still this confident then. Frieren." Seria turned to look at Frieren, her voice returning to its usual coolness. "It's fine that you turned me down. You're still young, and you have a long road ahead, our kind lives for near eternity. So I'll give you a second chance. When the time comes, make your choice then. I'll be waiting." With that, without waiting for Frieren's agreement, Seria turned and walked off. She walked off as though every second she lingered cost her a bit more dignity. Ronan smiled faintly, took Frieren's hand, and immediately followed after her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Seria's expression darkened. She spun around, hands on her hips. "You two, why are you following me?" Some distance away. Martin couldn't hear what the 3 of them were saying, but from Seria's earlier outburst of magic power and the tense atmosphere, he could tell things had gone badly. Some elf, appearing out of nowhere, with a terrifying level of strength. Even dozens of meters away, his legs had gone weak, nearly buckling beneath him. Absolutely terrifying. Certain a fight was about to break out, he'd kept putting distance between himself and them. By the time he'd run 100 meters, the suffocating pressure finally faded, and he let out a breath of relief. But then, instead of fighting, the 2 of them seemed to be getting along just fine. And right after that, he watched them head off toward the ruins together. Martin was stunned. "Wait, you 2 made up, and you're just leaving me behind?" He wanted to chase after them, but the fear from moments ago had turned his legs to lead, refusing to obey him. All he could do was watch helplessly as they grew smaller in the distance, until they vanished from sight entirely. Seeing this, Martin's composure completely crumbled. He could already picture how things would go once he got back to the estate. But what was done, no use regretting it now. All he could do was find some way to make up for it. He'd wait. A day, 2 days, however long it took. He had to be there when they came back out. And he still hadn't given his gift. At the very least, he needed Ronan to remember him, those 2 gold coins hadn't been spent for nothing. Unaware of any of this, Ronan had no idea what Martin had prepared for him. Right now, he was pushing deeper into the ruins alongside Seria. Having lived as long as she had, Seria surely knew these ruins inside and out. Following her meant they'd avoid plenty of wasted detours. A Pathfinder bird was nothing compared to a living, breathing elf. Even if said elf had a bit of a temper. Hey! Compared to Ronan's easygoing composure, Seria was thoroughly annoyed at having people tag along on her route. But with Frieren right there, she couldn't well lose her temper. On the surface, at least, they were just traveling together, nothing wrong with that. So Seria resorted to hinting, hoping to talk the 2 of them out of it. "I'm going to fight those demons. Are you 2 really planning to follow me into that? You're the hero, and you're still worried about getting lost. Then what were all those Pathfinder birds for? Even the hero is still human. Humans lose their way sometimes. I bought the birds for when it really matters." Ronan didn't seem to catch the complaint buried in her words. He just smiled. Might as well let the capable carry the load. You can take us deeper in, so of course we're sticking with you. Each Pathfinder bird costs 10 silver coins, and there's a limited supply, can't exactly burn through them all in one run. That much was true, but Serier still felt irritated about it somehow. As if she'd just been put on the same level as some cheap little bird. She was about to ask why he'd entered the ruins so unprepared. Before she could say another word, Frieren suddenly stopped. Serier stopped too, the air instantly tightening. Ahead of them, a monster had appeared. It was a mimic. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 90 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. A chance encounter with the mimic, no match for it even at full strength. 1,288 words. That's it. The tense atmosphere shattered the instant Serier got a clear look at the monster. She'd braced herself for something formidable, only to find some small fry instead. This kind of monster was common enough in the ruins. They liked to disguise themselves as treasure chests, luring in adventurers before swallowing them whole. Under normal circumstances, any adventurer with a bit of experience wouldn't fall for it. But greed had a way of winning out. Ask most people why they came to explore ruins, and the answer would almost always be gold. And a mimic's disguise happened to be exactly that, a chest overflowing with gold and treasure. It was a bit like walking past an unremarkable rock on the side of the road. You knew full well that kicking it wouldn't accomplish anything, and yet, somehow, you still wanted to. Chests worked the same way. Even knowing there might be danger, people couldn't resist opening one to find out. And then, tragedy struck. Serier propped a hand on her hip. Didn't expect to find one of these in ruins over 1,300 years old. Guess the history of mimics just got pushed back a few decades. She turned to look at the other two. Which of you wants it? Ronan asked. You're not taking this one? Why would I? I'm Serier. Killing something like that would just dirty my hands. Serier answered with disdain. She wasn't in the habit of picking on the weak, with the obvious exception of weaklings she found irritating. In her eyes, a mimic was neither particularly likable nor particularly hateful. Leaving it to Ronan and Frieren was fine by her. It would save her some magic power, too. Ronan nodded and was about to step in, but just then, Frieren stepped forward instead. She said softly, "Wait. I remember reading somewhere that not every mimic is actually a mimic. I believe it was even a book you wrote yourself, Lady Serier. The detection spell for mimics has a 99% accuracy rate. Because of that 1% margin of error, some real treasure chests might get mistaken for mimics and destroyed, and along with them, ancient spells could be lost forever. What if the one in front of us turns out to be a real chest?" The question caught Ronan off guard. 1%. That wasn't exactly a low number, better odds than plenty of SSR drop rates in games he knew. A surprisingly conscientious monster, in its own way. Ronan looked over at Serier, who raised an eyebrow and spoke. "The book from 200 years ago, you mean?" She tilted her head back, lost in memory for a moment. "That's right. Back then, I spent an enormous amount of time and effort testing over 1,000 mimics before landing on that 99% figure. But that was really just an estimate. There's no way the real number would land on something that clean. The actual accuracy is 99.4%, with a 0.6% margin of error. Odds of roughly 1 in 200. You sure you want to try? Don't blame me if you get eaten." Frieren nodded. She didn't want to keep relying on Ronan to protect her all the time. And besides, even if she guessed wrong, there was no chance either of them would just stand by and let her die. Watching Frieren's resolve, Serier's raised eyebrow slowly settled back down. She waved a hand, stepping aside, and said offhandedly, "Fine, go ahead then. I'm curious to see if your luck's really that good. Remember, if it bites down on you, do not use any high-powered magic. If your magic power explodes inside the chest, you'll kill yourself along with it. We elves may live long lives, but our bodies work the same as any humans." "I understand." Frieren acknowledged it, committing the warning to memory. She stepped forward, steadying her breathing, ready to open the chest. This was her first time inside the ruins, her first encounter with a monster from within them, a moment that meant a great deal to her. But of course, the thing she'd feared happened. Barely a moment later. It's so dark. It's terrifying. Frieren's anguished wail rang out through the silent ruins, the sound seeming to cut straight through the darkness and carry far, far away. The mimic had clamped down on her, her two legs sticking out and kicking desperately backward, thrashing without pause, but there was no breaking free. By the flickering torchlight, dim as it was, Frieren watched from a short distance away and rubbed her forehead reflexively, letting out a small sigh. She'd known it, the odds of hitting a 1 in 200 chance weren't that easy to beat. There simply weren't that many real chests out there. Most of them were mimics. Once Frieren had learned her lesson, Frieren stepped forward. Watching the scene unfold, Ronan rubbed his chin and asked, "How many of these mimics are usually scattered around a ruin like this? If there were, say, 200 of them, wouldn't the odds guarantee at least one real chest somewhere in there?" Frieren turned her head, brow furrowing slightly as she considered it. She seemed to catch his meaning and asked back, "You're planning to clear out every mimic in this place? Guarantee?" "Not exactly, but close enough. No matter how old these ruins are, they were still built by people. However many mimics there are, there'll definitely be real chests mixed in among them. Unless whoever built this place had a taste for messing with people, but the odds of that are basically nothing. A dynasty on the edge of collapse wouldn't joke around when it came to preserving its legacy. That, as it happened, was exactly what Frieren had been planning to do herself. 200 years ago, the 99% figure she'd landed on had come from clearing out several ruins single-handedly. Hearing Ronan now propose muscling in on her territory, her first instinct was to push back. But then it occurred to her, this particular ruin was far larger than any she'd explored before. There was no way she could track down every last mimic on her own in any reasonable amount of time. Better to team up and get there first than let someone else profit off it instead. Ronan nodded thoughtfully, having fully caught her meaning. Meanwhile, Frieren was still wailing, her legs kicking faster and faster, her whole body nearly bent backward at 180 degrees, wedged vertically inside the chest. Frieren snapped out of her thoughts and walked forward, explaining to Ronan and Frieren as she went. A mimic's grip looks terrifying, but once it's clamped down, there's no pulling free by force. In reality, though, its anatomy isn't all that different from a human mouth. You could also kill it from the inside with a low-powered spell. Though I wouldn't recommend it, tends to mess up your hair and ruin your clothes. As she spoke, Frieren grabbed hold of Frieren's legs, and with a firm push, shoved them inward. In an instant, the mimic's expression changed completely. Its wooden panels twisted, as if it had just swallowed a fly. And then, gag. With a retching sound, Frieren yanked hard, and Frieren came free, her body tense from the effort. The sudden brightness hit her eyes, and she stopped crying at once, tear tracks still fresh on her cheeks, her expression settling into the serene look of someone who just survived a near-death experience. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 90 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Foresight Magic, The Demon King Appears, a massacre targeting the elves. 1,258 words. A short while later, the group finished off the mimic and set out once more. Frieren walked with her ears drooping, tear tracks wiped away but her face still heavy with disappointment. She couldn't quite let it go. How could she have lost so suddenly, so completely unprepared? What frustrated her even more was how her fear of the dark, of all things, had been magnified to its absolute worst in front of that mimic. Maybe she just wasn't cut out for adventuring, if something everyone else considered small fry could take her down so easily. We're through the outer ring of the ruins now. Frieren only gave her a brief sidelong glance as she kept walking and talking. From here, we're heading into the middle zone, the part no adventurer has ever set foot in. Unless I'm mistaken, there should be some fairly powerful monsters waiting there. If you too are scared, this is where you stop. Ruins 1,000 years old are no place for beginners like you. In Serie's eyes, Ronan might be strong, but the way he'd handled himself so far made him look like a complete novice in a place like this. Adventurers like that, tagging along, were more likely to cause trouble than anything. Better to leave them behind, plenty of time to go deeper once she'd finished her business. Of course, Serie had her own motives for suggesting it. Reaching the ruins' deeper treasures ahead of the two of them would add to her own collection. It would also let her show off her strength to Frieren, chipping away at her reliance on Ronan, and hopefully bringing her closer to accepting the offer to become her disciple. Whether or not Ronan had seen through her intentions, he simply smiled faintly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we're not willing to take even this much risk, there's no point coming here at all. No need to scare us off, Serie. I'll keep Frieren safe. Since we've got plenty of time, why don't you tell us about these so-called demons? What sets them apart from ordinary monsters? Before Serie could answer, Ronan reached back and pulled the still dejected Frieren up beside him, speaking gently. Don't beat yourself up over what happened back there. Everyone has weaknesses, I've got mine too, and you're still growing besides. Serie, you must have a weakness too, right? What's that got to do with me? Serie shot him a sidelong glance, clearly irritated by his confident tone, and let out a cold huff. So what if I do? So what if I don't? A fear of the dark, in an elf, that's practically a joke. Even accounting for adjustment, she's had centuries to work through it, not let it get worse. Of course. Serie turned slightly toward Frieren, her tone shifting. If she became my disciple, all of this would sort itself out. I'd develop a spell to cure her fear of the dark for good. Frieren didn't respond. Clearly, the offer still wasn't enough to change her mind. Seeing that her words hadn't landed, and catching Ronan's faint, knowing smile, Serie felt a flash of embarrassment. She clicked her tongue and steered the conversation elsewhere. Not easily swayed by outside offers, I have to say, I'm liking you more by the minute. As for demons, they're a special category of monster. Take the mythic era's Mirror Water Demon and Flamehowl Demon, for example. The former can read the memories of anyone who enters the ruins, then produce a copy of them identical in strength, skill, and even mannerisms. The latter can strip all moisture from the air, making it fully immune to water, ice, and even fire magic. I've encountered both myself, and defeated them both. As for the demon in this particular ruin, if I remember correctly, it likely has something to do with breeding and modification. It can produce monsters of its own. The Pure Land dynasty was destroyed by that very thing, back in the day. Breeding? Ronan suddenly remembered the mana-eating flower he'd encountered outside. Given the timing, could it be? He mulled it over for a moment, then shared his suspicion with Serie. Serie's mouth curved into an approving smile, and she nodded. Not bad. Guess you're not completely hopeless. 1,300 years with no energy source, no living thing could survive that. Not even a monster. So unless I'm wrong, that mana-eating flower was one of the demon's offspring. And you took it out without even realizing. At that, something seemed to occur to Serie, and her smile grew more pointed with amusement. She stopped deliberately, arms crossed, and turned to look back at Ronan, her tone dripping with malicious delight. Kid, better start praying. If you're the one who killed it, then there's no doubt some trace of that flower's scent is still clinging to you. If we were out there, that'd be one thing. But since you chose to come deeper in with me, that demon isn't going to let you off the hook. Serie wasn't about to make any promises about sticking together through thick and thin. To her, her own interests came first, plain and simple. If the demon did show up, her first move would be to grab Frieren and get clear, then use the distraction of the demon attacking Ronan to sweep up anything magic-related for herself. In theory, someone who loved battle as much as she did shouldn't think this way, but Ronan's goals happened to conflict with hers, so there it was. Better them than me, that held true in any world. Ronan, for his part, just smiled it off, unbothered. Really? That's actually pretty good news. Saves us some time, at least. I'm curious what this demon even looks like. Would have been nice if it showed up sooner. Sooner. The remark caught Serie off guard for a second. Then her eyes turned sharp with interest as she looked Ronan up and down. She searched his expression for even a flicker of fear, but found only resolve and something close to excitement. "Heh. Interesting." A hint of amusement crossed her face. She found herself wondering what expression Ronan would actually make once the demon showed itself for real. Over the centuries, over the millennia, no human, however strong, had ever faced a demon without their face going pale. Few had ever matched her own composure. She'd just have to wait and see once it arrived. Hopefully he wasn't all talk. Tap, tap. The hollow echo of footsteps rose again, carrying through the silent ruins. Serier walked ahead of the other two, eyes lowered, leading them deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, inside the Demon King's castle, the atmosphere was heavy. In the dim, cavernous hall, torchlight flickered, casting strange shadows across the walls. Schlacht, the Demon King's most trusted confidant, stood respectfully before the throne. Wearing a black hood that concealed half his face, he bowed low and delivered his report to the Demon King seated above. "My lord, the Demon King's army has pushed south and has already taken more than 10 human cities. Every elf encountered along the way has been slaughtered without exception. However, we still have no word on Serier's whereabouts. To save time, should the killing continue? Should we use foresight magic once more? Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 100 on my Patreon. patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, My Lord, you have perished. 1,298 words. The Demon King didn't respond to Schlacht right away, resting his chin on one hand, lost in thought. Ever since Serier had wounded him in their last encounter, he'd been holed up in his castle, recovering. Time had slipped by, and somehow, a full 5 years had passed already. 5 years ago, he'd already given the order for his generals to march south, killing every elf and human they came across, as revenge for what had happened. And yet, even after slaughtering thousands upon thousands of elves, Serier still hadn't shown herself, as though the deaths of her own kind meant nothing to her. Such cold-bloodedness, practically demon-like. By now, the Demon King held no more hope that the massacre would lure Serier out. The ongoing carnage had become little more than a convenient outlet for his rage, with the side benefit of clearing out enemies along the way. The elves, after all, posed far too great a threat to ignore. After a moment of thought, an idea seemed to form in the Demon King's mind. He lowered his hands and spoke calmly. "Continue the slaughter. Even if it doesn't draw Serier out, the elves cannot be allowed to survive. Their talent, and their long lifespans, those have always been the greatest threat to our race. As for foresight..." He paused, his gaze settling on Schlacht, as though weighing something important. Foresight magic was a spell only Schlacht possessed, one that could glimpse the shape of the world 1,000 years into the future. On the battlefield, it was unbeatable. No living thing could escape a future once it had already been set in motion. Foresee, for instance, that someone was destined to become a major figure, then all it took was setting an ambush at a place that person was guaranteed to visit, before they rose to power, and killing them there. The future would change accordingly. Schlacht had already used this very ability to eliminate more than a few people who might have threatened the demon race. If the Demon King remembered correctly, the last vision Foresight had shown was of a human child named Flam. That child had single-handedly ushered in a golden age of magic. Countless humans, guided by her, had grown stronger at a staggering pace, like sparks spreading into a wildfire, and the demon race had suffered heavy losses because of it. To prevent that future from ever happening, the Demon King's army had already led a large force to march on Flam's village, determined to snuff her out in the cradle. He had no idea how that campaign was going by now. Recalling those so-called prodigies, the Demon King's expression darkened further. He lowered his gaze, a cold killing intent flickering in his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. "Use it. Same as before, don't look directly for a future where Serier appears. She's far too strong. If you glimpse her through the future, there's a good chance she'll sense it and track you down directly. You're no match for her. For the sake of our race's future, keep working from the human child, Flam. For now, she's the greatest threat to our people." "Understood." Schlacht lowered his head respectfully, then let his magic power surge as he began casting foresight magic. A moment later, the Demon King watched Schlacht's brow slowly furrow. Even with the black mask concealing the lower half of his face, the weight of his expression was impossible to hide. An expression he'd never seen on Schlacht before, the Demon King thought. Had something changed in the future? Or had the demon race suffered some crushing defeat? With those thoughts hanging in the air, a long silence settled over the hall, as though time itself had frozen in place. Finally, after a long while, Schlacht released the spell. The Demon King's heart, which had been clenched tight, began to ease just slightly. But the next instant, Schlacht lifted his gaze and spoke words that struck like a thunderbolt. "My lord, you have perished." The Demon King froze completely. Who had perished? Even though demons were known for their emotional detachment, hearing news of his own death still left him wondering if he'd misheard. Last time he'd checked the future, he'd lived safely for another 1,000 years, so how, this time? Was this Flam's doing? Impossible. A mere human, he could crush 100 of them with a single swipe. Unless she was the hero. But could that even be possible? It seemed disturbingly plausible. Actually, after all, it was the goddess who had created the world. The sudden news sent the Demon King's thoughts spinning briefly out of order. Still, his expression remained composed. His cold gaze bore down on Schlacht below, a look that seemed to warn, "Choose your next words carefully." Schlacht hesitated. He knew the statement had come out of nowhere, too, but the facts were the facts, and all he could do was choose his words carefully as he answered. "Forgive me, my lord. I saw a vision of you being struck down by the hero's sword. The time frame is roughly 3 years from now, possibly sooner, since Flam herself hasn't fully grown up yet in the vision. But even so, based on what little information we have, the hero has already been born. You die at his hands during a campaign you lead personally. His." The particular pronoun made the Demon King's eyes narrow slightly. "The hero is a man?" he asked, his voice low. "Where is he?" Whatever the cause of death, he had no intention of simply waiting for it to happen. At the same time, he was starting to understand why the future had shifted at all. The goddess. The hero's sword. Both of those were things magic could never fully predict. The Demon King had seen the hero's sword before, 800 years ago. Back then, freshly crowned as Demon King, brimming with confidence, he'd scoffed at the so-called legends and traveled to the village of the sword himself, intending to destroy the sword outright. But despite exhausting every trick at his disposal, he hadn't managed to so much as scratch it. Worse, he'd been wounded by the barrier guarding it on his way out, and it had taken him a full 20 years to recover. Ever since, he'd never doubted the goddess's existence again. And now, the legend was on the verge of becoming reality. However composed he tried to appear, he couldn't quite keep his mind steady. His only thought now was to kill the hero before he could grow into his power, and change the future before it was too late. Unfortunately, what Schlacht said next brought him crashing back to reality. "I'm sorry, my lord. It's already too late." Schlacht bowed low, one hand pressed to his shoulder in a gesture of formal respect, and spoke quietly. "According to the vision, within days or weeks, he'll appear at Flam's side, cut down Jarvis, and wipe out the entire Demon King's army. Judging by the strength he displayed in the vision, he already rivals Serier. Any of the 7 sages of destruction who faces him is doomed. Myself included." At that, Schlacht dropped to one knee, his voice heavy with something like genuine regret at being unable to help the demon race. "I'm deeply sorry, my lord. The only advice I can offer is to retreat and pull back our forces. There's no question about it, this is the end of the road for our race. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 100 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 29, The Demon King's Counterattack. 1,397 words. The Demon King fell silent, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He knew Schlacht was speaking the truth. But to say, right to his face, that the demon race was finished, wasn't that just a bit disrespectful? He was the Demon King, ruler of countless demons, a being whose very name struck fear into humanity. Still, the Demon King didn't lash out right away. He understood that pulling back the army wasn't entirely without merit, given the circumstances. If the hero really did rival Frieren in strength, he himself stood no chance against him. And that wasn't even accounting for the goddess lurking somewhere in the shadows, watching closely. Wolves in front, tigers behind, staying alive took priority over everything else right now. With that thought, the Demon King's gaze turned cold and calculating. He decided to let Schlacht's disrespect slide. For now, this wasn't the time for infighting among their own. And so, the Demon King made his decision. Retreat, but not a full withdrawal. We absolutely cannot let the hero see us as weak. He's had the hero's sword in hand this whole time and still hasn't come to strike me down. That tells me he's not exactly eager to fulfill his duty as hero. That's our opening. The Demon King's gaze settled on Schlacht. He weighed his words for a moment, then gave the order. Schlacht, I have an important task for you. Find a demon whose appearance closely resembles a human, and have them make contact with the hero. Whatever attitude he holds toward our race, we need to establish some kind of connection with him. His temperament, his strength, and whether the goddess stands behind him, all of it needs to be understood clearly. Only then can we track his movements properly and plan a path forward for our race's future. The order caught Schlacht off guard. He froze for a moment, then lowered his head and answered respectfully. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Though, my lord, aside from resembling a human, are there any other requirements? Acting ability, for instance. He looked up. I'll be honest, I don't believe most of the lower-ranked demons know how to disguise themselves, let alone win a human's favor. Schlacht's words sent the Demon King into deep thought. It was, in fact, something he'd already been mulling over himself. A demon's standing was determined by magic power, too much of it, and the hero would grow suspicious. Too little, and within the castle, that demon would rank as little more than a slave. And how could a slave possibly pass as human? Send one out and it would be exposed instantly. The Demon King considered it for a long while before finally deciding. Start training them from now on, then. For the sake of our race's future, capture a few humans skilled in acting and have them teach our demons how to perform. I don't expect them to behave exactly like humans. It's enough if they can put on a convincing, pitiful act. For that reason, it has to be a female demon carrying out this task. From what I understand, most humans feel sympathy toward pitiable creatures. I doubt demons would be any exception. And it was true throughout history. There had been countless cases of humans falling prey to demons precisely because of that misplaced pity. At the root of it, human empathy was always the weak point being exploited. Demons themselves felt no empathy, but they understood exactly how to weaponize that weakness in humans. Schlacht nodded, already turning the matter over in his mind. A female demon, this would take some careful screening. Ones with overly large horns were out, too hard to disguise. Ones too voluptuous, or too young, wouldn't work either. The former would kill any sense of sympathy in a human, the latter would be too limited in what she could actually do. With that in mind, Schlacht gave a slight bow to the Demon King, then turned and left the hall. Time wasn't something to waste, so he set out immediately to find a suitable candidate. Since this was a task straight from the Demon King, he went ahead and used foresight magic once more. And sure enough, the search turned up someone. Solitaire. On the steps outside the palace, Schlacht lowered his eyes, a rare flicker of something crossing his gaze. He stopped in his tracks, looked out toward the distant mountain ranges, nodded, and murmured to himself. Good at disguise, not bad. She'll do. Meanwhile, deep in the ruins, Ronan looked thoroughly at ease. He walked with his hands laced comfortably behind his head, an easy expression on his face. Watching Frieren mow down one powerful monster after another like she was chopping vegetables, Ronan felt a strange sense of unreality settle over him. Like he wasn't on some dangerous expedition at all, but out for a leisurely stroll through town. Not bad, this. Anything that would have been an instant kill either way, he figured, might as well be left to someone else. With that mindset, Ronan wandered on deeper into the ruins. The further in they went, the more oppressive the surroundings became. The torches mounted on the walls burned dimmer and dimmer, as though the oxygen inside the ruins was steadily thinning. A sharp, damp smell of mildew hung in the air, and the stone path underfoot grew slick and treacherous. Just then, Frieren, who'd been cutting a swath through everything in her path, suddenly stopped. She stood at a crossroads, one elegant eyebrow raised, confusion written across her face. Seeing this, Ronan stopped too and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Don't tell me you're lost." At that, Frieren bristled, planting her hands on her hips. "What do you mean, lost? I just don't know this particular layout very well. Don't you dare get smug about it." She paused, scanning the surroundings, a note of uncertainty creeping into her voice. "Judging by the strength of the monsters we've fought so far, this should be the very edge of the ruins' middle zone. Cross through here, and in theory, we should reach where the demon lives. But theory is just theory. Based on past experience, by this point, the demon should have already shown itself. And yet..." Frieren didn't finish the sentence, but Ronan already understood. He nodded. "I see, so it's not you who's lost. It's the demon who's lost. Want my help? Those birds I bought earlier could actually come in handy now." Ahead of him, Frieren spun around at that. She shot him a flat look. "Are you serious? How exactly are those birds supposed to find a demon? If you ask me, we should just keep pushing forward normally. The ruins are only so big if the demon's in here, it's not going anywhere." Fair as that sounded, Ronan had no interest in wasting more time here. He stepped forward, waved a bird over, let it perch on his finger, and said softly, "Whether it finds the demon or not comes down to luck, sure, but it beats wandering around aimlessly. One bird's not enough. Then let's send out a few more." As he spoke, he tweaked its stats, turning it into an absolute powerhouse. An instant later, with a sharp crack of a sonic boom, the Pathfinder bird vanished, swallowed into the vast darkness. A few more sonic booms followed, the shockwaves so violent they snuffed out the torches around them. By the time they were relit, Frieren finally came back to her senses, rubbing her eyes, wondering if she'd seen things wrong. That was a Pathfinder bird? Since when could a Pathfinder bird move that fast? A sonic boom? Was he being serious right now? She eyed Ronan with suspicion, wondering if he'd somehow bought the wrong species entirely. There was no other explanation that made sense. Even a mutation shouldn't be able to turn something that dramatic, going from a harmless little rabbit to a full-blown wolf in an instant. After all, an attack at actual sonic speed would be nearly impossible for even her to dodge. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 110 on my Patreon. patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 30, Solitaire. 1,346 words. The Demon King's castle sat beneath a sky thick with storm clouds, the air charged with the promise of coming rain. When Schlacht arrived carrying the Demon King's order to find Solitaire, Solitaire was already packing her things, preparing to leave the castle. Not because she was too weak to be of use, simply because she found life here unbearably boring. She wanted out, to explore the mysteries of humans and their magic, to understand them better. And that was exactly why Schlacht had moved so quickly. Knock, knock. Schlacht rapped on the door, and it swung slowly open. From the dim interior, Solitaire emerged with a pack slung over her shoulder. She narrowed her eyes, adjusting to the equally dim light outside, and looked up to find Schlacht standing there quietly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Why would the Demon King's confidant come looking for her? Had someone caught wind of her plan to leave? Or maybe the front lines were in trouble, and now even a demon like her, one who'd deliberately downplayed her own strength, was being called up to fight. Once Schlacht explained his reason for coming, Solitaire fell silent. She'd have preferred the front lines were in trouble. Infiltrate the heroes group? What was the Demon King even thinking? Sure, she was good at disguise, and yes, she understood humans reasonably well, but why did it have to be her, specifically? She wanted to swear. Taking a deep breath, Solitaire reined in her emotions and let a flawlessly convincing smile settle onto her face. Tilting her head slightly, she asked Schlacht in a soft voice, Isn't there some mistake? I'm really not that good at acting. There's no mistake. Schlacht clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. My foresight magic still holds 100% accuracy rate, as of today. In the future I saw, you infiltrate the hero's party using exactly that acting skill, and one day, you use it to get close enough to attempt something more intimate with him. At the critical moment, you try to feed on him and fail. Your fangs never break his skin. In the end, you die at the hands of an elf. We can set aside what happens after that for now. What matters is that the Demon King needs your acting. Solitaire, I doubt you want anyone finding out you've been quietly hiding your true strength this whole time. For someone as strong as you to leave the castle at a moment like this, that would look like nothing short of betrayal against the Demon King. If you insist on defying his order, don't blame me for setting aside the courtesy owed between our own kind. Listening to this, Solitaire's eye twitched, entirely against her will. What kind of logic was that? She was just leaving the castle. Since when did that count as betrayal? And that phrase, "I doubt you want," wasn't that a little off? That was a threat, plain and simple. This guy. The smile on Solitaire's face faded, bit by bit. Once it had vanished completely, her expression cooled, and she shot back. When exactly is this task supposed to happen? The future, how far ahead are we talking? Schlacht's mastery of foresight magic was common knowledge throughout the castle, everyone knew of it. He himself was known as Schlacht the All-Knowing. Solitaire didn't doubt for a second that what he'd just told her was true. Nor was she particularly surprised that she'd apparently get close to the hero and try to eat him. That did sound like something she'd do. Demons preying on humans had never been picky about the method. What did bother her, though, was the part where she'd ended up dead and killed by an elf, no less. Who was this elf, that a full-blooded demon like herself would fail at a sneak attack against them? Hard to believe. A knot of confusion forming in her mind, Solitaire narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on Schlacht, waiting for an answer. The air went still. Seeing that there was still time, Schlacht turned and gestured for her to follow. Come with me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you actually manage to eat the hero, I'll be genuinely impressed. The Demon King will shower you with rewards. After that, you can go wherever you like, no one will stop you. Of course, before any of that, to make sure the future I saw never comes to pass, you'll need thorough preparation and a flawless disguise. Despite the frustration still simmering inside her, Solitaire had far too little information to work with right now. She hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and finally started walking, choosing to follow. She didn't bother putting her luggage back. Naturally, according to what Schlacht had said, she was going to leave the castle eventually anyway, headed straight for the hero's side. She wondered what the so-called hero would even taste like. If she could devour him whole, she'd probably get a massive evolutionary boost out of it. She just hoped she wouldn't end up on the other end of that equation instead. As for that elf, she'd have to kill them. Recalling the vision of her own death at an elf's hands, a barely visible flash of viciousness crossed Solitaire's eyes. But it vanished just as quickly, her expression melting back into that flower-like smile as she followed close behind Schlacht, heading deeper into the castle. Meanwhile, back in the ruins. Following the Pathfinder bird, Ronan moved swiftly through the maze of winding passages and soon arrived at the heart of the ruins. Every monster that appeared ahead radiated an unmistakably powerful presence. Ronan didn't think twice about it. He glanced at Frieren beside him and said, matter of fact, judging by the number and spread of the monsters, this is probably right where the demons hold up. Told you those Pathfinder birds would come in handy. Let's clear this out quick and wrap things up early. Frieren didn't respond right away. Her gaze had drifted off somewhere, still turning over that bird's bizarre performance from earlier, unable to reach any conclusion that it was, in fact, a Pathfinder bird. It looked, for all the world, like it had mutated. It had come back drenched in blood, monsters skewered on it like a candied fruit stick. Was that even remotely normal? Was that a bird, or a bullet? She couldn't wrap her head around it. With a sigh, and seeing that Ronan had no intention of digging further into the matter, Frieren put the question aside for now and joined him in clearing out the monsters in the area. Before long, the cleanup was done, the monsters collapsing one after another and dissolving into wisps of black ash. Ahead, another passage opened up. The three of them had barely stepped through when they spotted another chest sitting quietly against the wall. Detection magic returned its verdict, a mimic. Frieren froze slightly at the sight and took a small step back. Ronan nodded. "I'll handle this one. No point wasting more time." Before anyone could react, he strode forward, ready to shatter the chest with a single punch. As he walked, he took the opportunity to boost his own luck stat a little. As for why he didn't max it out, well, this world had a goddess in it, after all. Roll something god-related, catch her attention, and as an outsider like himself, he'd probably get banned on the spot. Better safe than sorry. And so, with a single punch, boom, the chest burst apart, splinters flying everywhere. But it didn't dissolve into ash. Clearly, this one had been the real thing. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 110 on my Patreon, patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The demon reveals itself, a pea shooter. 1,403 words. Clearly, the stat change had worked exactly as intended. Ronan gave a small nod. He stepped forward, and there, in front of him, was a weathered old grimoire, resting atop a pile of gold and jewels. Ronan completely ignored the treasure. He bent down, picked up the grimoire, and glanced at it out of reflex. Instantly, the excitement in his eyes faded. The script was so warped, so alien, it made Oracle Bone script look tame by comparison. He couldn't read a single word. Damn it. Just then, Seria strolled up from behind. Her gaze swept over Ronan's frozen expression first, then flicked to the book in his hands, one eyebrow lifting. In an instant, she understood everything. Heh. Seria laughed, clearly delighted at his misfortune. Figures. The moment you humans run into something from the mythic era, you're completely lost. It's just ancient text. Want me to translate it for you? If you do, you'll have to ask nicely. She planted her hands on her hips, her tone dripping with temptation, trying to seize back the upper hand. Ronan just felt tired hearing it. An elf who'd lived for thousands of years, acting this childish over some old writing, he could just learn it himself later, once they were out of here. The book was in his hands now, after all. It wasn't about to sprout wings and fly off. With that thought, Ronan sighed, tucked the book away, and said offhandedly, "What kind of person do you take me for? It'll just take some time. I can wait." With that, he walked over to Frieren, effectively ignoring Seria altogether. Seria let out another irritated huff. Why was this guy so impossible to needle? So annoying. But, for the sake of everything the ruins had to offer, she'd have to put up with it a little longer. The three of them regrouped and pressed onward. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, a mass of dormant monsters sensed the presence of intruders drawing near and stirred awake, one after another. Some hauled themselves forward on roots, others on claws, driven by some deep instinctive hunger, all rushing toward the same destination, intent on making a meal of the intruders. Humans. Beyond the ordinary monsters, the demon dwelling in the deepest part of the ruins had also sharply sensed the presence of Seria and Ronan. Given how many of its monsters the two had already killed, the demon's expression, whatever passed for one, twisted with displeasure. Far too arrogant. Sure, it had been sealed away here, but that didn't mean just anyone could go around provoking it. Their path was unmistakable, clearly headed straight for it. How many years had it been? Once, humans had seemed weak, no more significant than ants in its eyes. And now, look at how bold they'd become. They might be elves or dwarfs instead, for all it knew, but whoever they were, for its own safety, they had to die. Just a couple hundred more years, and it would finally break free of the seal, reclaim its freedom. It couldn't afford to be interrupted now, of all times. With that thought, the demon opened its enormous mouth and devoured a nearby dormant monster. When the creature emerged again from its jaws, it looked completely transformed. Hard to describe exactly, but if Ronan had seen it, he'd have named it instantly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a pea shooter minus the eyes, its whole body covered in fine plant fuzz, standing a full 5 meters tall, roughly the height of the stone doors sealed shut nearby. As awareness returned to it, the pea-shooter swung its thick roots and began advancing, step by step. It intended to take up position along the path Ronan and Serriere were bound to cross, per the demon's instructions. Having been reshaped by the demon, the pea-shooter now knew it could fire a bolt of concentrated magic power, a single shot powerful enough to level a small hill. By all rights, with something like that guarding the way, nothing should be able to get through. Back in its day, the demon had brought down city after city of the Pure Land dynasty using monsters exactly like this one. Still, the demon wasn't fully satisfied. So it reshaped a few more monsters. A walnut dense as solid rock, capable of crushing enemies by simply rolling forward. A potato mine, disguised as an ordinary stone or brick, secretly armed with an explosive spell. A blubber able to summon powerful winds capable of blowing away any living creature. And a snow pea, capable of unleashing ice magic. As each of these monsters took shape one after another, the demon finally allowed itself a measure of relief. Offense, defense, even traps, it had accounted for every angle. If not for its power still being far from fully restored, it could have very nearly recreated the army it once commanded. Still, for the current threat, this should be more than enough. Letting out a breath, the demon gave its orders. Move out. Take your positions and stay hidden. When you encounter the intruders, hold nothing back. The monsters answered in unison, then one by one, vanished into the darkness deep within the ruins. Hey, have you noticed there's more and more monsters? Not long after, Ronan looked at the ash-covered corpses littering the ground ahead and felt an odd sense that these things would never stop coming. It really did feel like an RPG, kill a monster, it vanishes automatically. Only difference was, no loot to pick up here. Serriere glanced at him idly. Is there? She hadn't really noticed. However many showed up, one blast cleared them out just the same. By this point, she wasn't even counting monsters individually anymore, just in batches. A dozen more here, a dozen fewer there, made no real difference. Watching her utterly unbothered attitude, Ronan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Talk about oblivious. Unless he was very much mistaken, the demon had to be nearby by now. There was no other reason for this level of escalation. Just as he was about to point this out, Serriere spoke first. Doesn't matter how many there are. Kill them all, and it's over. I get what you're saying, but so what? Sending others to fight while you hide safely in the back, reaping the rewards, that's just cowardice, plain and simple. As she spoke, Serriere fired off another bolt of magic power. With a surge of overwhelming magic power, 20 monsters ahead were instantly reduced to nothing. Without another word, she charged forward. Then, squelch. On the damp ground, she seemed to step on something, a faint sound accompanying the motion. In that same instant, even without looking down, she sensed something was wrong. Oh no, she thought. Before she could even process it further, a burst of light exploded outward, searing heat flaring instantly, the air around her feeling like it had caught fire. She instinctively raised a defensive spell, bracing to weather the sudden blast with her own body. She knew full well that at this distance, no defensive spell, however strong, would fully absorb the impact. She'd almost certainly take damage. But right now, she had no other option. Then, the next instant. Whoosh. Serriere felt her balance vanish entirely, her body suddenly wrenched up into the air. It turned out Ronan, who'd been using X-ray vision to try to pinpoint the demon's location, had spotted the object hidden beneath Serriere's feet in that same instant. A bomb, disguised as a monster. Not wanting to dampen the mood of their exploration, he teleported behind Serriere in an instant, scooped her up with one arm, and stomped down hard with his foot. Brute force works wonders. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the entire ruins. The monster was reduced to ash instantly, the force of the explosion snuffed out before it could do any damage. But at the same time, tremors like an earthquake rippled through the ruins' passages, over and over. That single stomp had shattered every slab of stone within several hundred meters. Even the well-hidden potato mines scattered along the path were jolted loose, sent tumbling into view. Their eyes went wide, expressions utterly baffled. What just happened? Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The Hunt for the Hero. 1,319 words. What was that? A startled cry erupted among the crowd outside the ruins. Everyone had been caught completely off guard by the sudden, unannounced quake. They scrambled to grab onto whatever was nearby to steady themselves, fingers digging into rock and tree trunks, until the panic slowly settled. This world's geology was stable enough that earthquakes were rare. So this sudden tremor felt, to them, like nothing short of a sign the ruins were about to collapse. Some of them stared wide-eyed, the ruins' silhouette reflected in their pupils, a mix of worry and something like anticipation stirring in their hearts. But things didn't go the way they'd hoped. When the shaking lasted only about 20 seconds before fading out, disappointment spread across several faces, followed by a few disgruntled clicks of the tongue. Got their hopes up for nothing. They'd been hoping to cash in on the chaos. If the ruins had actually collapsed, crushing every monster inside, they could have skipped the dangerous exploring entirely and just dug through the rubble for treasure instead. Unfortunately, luck hadn't been on their side this time. What had happened inside the ruins? Probably some powerful monster fighting the adventurers, they figured. With no way of knowing the actual situation, that was the best guess they could come up with. After all, in their minds, only a monster could possibly cause a disturbance that massive. Inside the ruins. Frieren stared at her surroundings, unable to speak for a long moment. The cracks spreading across the ground looked like something a dragon had trampled through. No, even a dragon, using nothing but its body, couldn't have caused destruction this terrifying in a single instant. A single stomp triggering an earthquake was well beyond anything a living creature should be capable of. She drew a slow breath, her gaze drifting across the fractured ground, something stirring uneasily in her chest. That was when she suddenly realized she was still being held, midair. The realization made Frieren's face darken instantly, absurdity flooding through her. Was she being treated like some child? Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around sharply and kicked out at Ronan with startling speed. Thud. A dull impact echoed through the ruins, and Frieren broke free of his grip. Her white skirt whipped through the air as she executed a clean backflip, landing more than 10 meters away. A faint breeze followed the motion, carrying a hint of floral scent. Ronan felt a bit baffled. A flying side kick, seriously? Talk about reckless. He meant to say something about it, but right then, dozens of well-concealed monsters had already closed in around them. Ronan had no choice but to act. He had no interest in getting buried under rubble. Then, rustle, rustle. Black ash drifted down like snowflakes, dissolving away. The whole thing happened fast. From the explosion to the monster's near-total annihilation took barely 3 seconds. By the time Frieren had fully collected herself and taken in what had happened, the complaint that had been building in her throat died on the spot. Even with some lingering resentment over the whole being carried incident, part of her still wanted to demand why Ronan had been so presumptuous, but now she understood exactly why he'd done it. This guy, Chimpage. Frieren took a deep breath, deeply annoyed on the inside, but the facts spoke for themselves. However unhappy she was, she had no choice but to accept it. She turned without a word and walked on ahead. Let's keep going. No point dwelling on it, one way or another. Ronan had saved her. Sure, she wasn't afraid of the explosion itself, but taking damage would have been all but guaranteed. Now that outcome had been avoided entirely. Honestly, her feelings on the matter were a tangled mess. As someone who loved battle, she'd always resented heroes for bringing peace to the world. She'd have to see how things played out. There was also something else nagging at her, the sheer power Ronan had just displayed. It brought to mind those races from the mythic era that had vanished long ago, the ones that had looked remarkably human. Could it be? Behind her, Ronan had no idea what was going through Frieren's mind. Seeing her apparent irritation, he shook his head. Talk about aloof. He'd just saved her, and she couldn't even manage a thank you. Maybe that was just how older elves were, carrying their own kind of pride. Putting himself in her shoes, if he'd held her kind of standing and suddenly gotten rescued by someone so much younger, he'd probably feel a bit awkward about it too. He called over to Frieren, who'd been standing there stunned, and continued deeper into the ruins. He cleared out the mines along the way, one by one, as he went. He had to admit, X-ray vision was proving surprisingly useful in this dim environment. The green foreign objects had nowhere left to hide. Meanwhile, in a dark corner elsewhere, the demon felt the sudden tremor and its eyes went wide. Carefully sensing the lingering traces left by its fallen soldiers, it immediately understood those reckless humans had already broken through the first line of defense. The demon gritted its teeth, thoroughly displeased, yet grudgingly impressed all the same. HMPH impressive. Not a single one of them lost, even after that violent an explosion. Humans these days really are far stronger than they used to be. Still, your luck ends here. Traps on the ground are easy enough to avoid. But what about a boulder charging straight at you? Get crushed. The demon felt supremely confident the monster it had created weighed a full several thousand tons. An accelerating head-on impact from something that size rivaled a falling meteor, and its extreme density made it just as durable. Breaking through it with magic would be nearly impossible. Mere humans. Heh heh. The demon let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing through the darkness, chillingly ominous. While the demon made its move, the demon race's plan to hunt down the hero was also moving forward at full speed. Inside the Demon King's castle. Starting today, you need to keep your horns hidden at all times. According to the future I foresaw, the hero will appear within days to weeks, at a human village roughly 2,000 li from here. That village will be where Jarvis meets his end. Your task is to disguise yourself as one of the villagers before he attacks. That way, when the hero arrives, you'll have a natural excuse to approach him, claiming your parents died in the attack. This is your one and only chance to get close to him and earn his trust. Of course. At that, Schlacht seemed to recall something important. He frowned slightly and added a few more words. If possible, I want you to find a human girl named Flam in that village. Get close to her, and kill her quietly, without a trace. Like the hero, she poses a serious future threat to our race. Solteir sat before a mirror, touching up her makeup, trying to make her pale lips look more human. Hearing Schlacht's assignment, she nodded without even turning around, her voice offhand. Got it. Disguise and murder, huh? Not exactly hard. My specialty, really. Solteir let out a light laugh, seemingly unbothered by the task. Don't worry. I'll have it done within a week. Though, I do have one question. She turned to face him, her eyes fixed on Schlacht. If you already know the two of them are such a threat to our race, why not just take care of it yourself and be done with it? What exactly did you see in that future? Or, is there something you're afraid of? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.